O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras c'est porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée de plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize and thank several City of Ottawa officials who are not seeking re-election in the coming fall elections. Our Mayor, His Worship Jim Watson, with whom I worked on the board of Invest Ottawa, has actively promoted affordable housing, tourism, and knowledge-based sector in Ottawa. Councillor Jan Harder has contributed tremendously for the development of present-day Barhaven. Councillor Keith Eglai, as the chair of Ottawa Board of Health, has played a key role during the pandemic. Councillor Scott Moffat, with his family's 200 years history in his ward, has always been an influential voice for our rural population. I want to thank them all for their cooperative relationship with me during the last 7 years. And on behalf of the residents of Nepean and Ottawa, I wish them all the very best in their future endeavours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, it is a great honor to rise in the House today to pay tribute to three retiring firefighters from my riding. Chief Paul Linesman from the Oyen Fire Department, Chief Glenn Durand from the Special Areas, and Captain Randy Hogan from the City of Camrose have dedicated much of their lives to keeping the residents of Battle River Crowfoot safe. These rural Alberta professionals have served East Central Alberta for decades. Their actions include running into burning buildings, responding to MVAs during inclement weather, caring for the sick and injured when needed, and helping during times of disaster. These community leaders were there day and night when duty called. The residents of Battle River Crowfoot owe Chiefs Linesman and Durand and Captain Haugen a huge debt of gratitude. The courage they have displayed daily serves as an inspiration to both young and old alike. So from the House of Commons, I share my thanks to these gentlemen's tireless dedication to our communities. May God bless you as you enter a much-deserved retirement.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, June is Italian Heritage Month. I'd like to honour a leader in our Italian community in York Centre, Amneris Christofoli. This year she celebrated her 80th birthday, but if you saw her, you wouldn't know it. Amneris is dedicated and an energetic pillar in our community who runs the Grand Ravine Women's Fitness Club. With over 75 members, they get together and participate in health and fitness activities, social events led by Amneris. She's been teaching this group for over 35 years, with participants aged from 60 to 90 plus years old. Fitness Club is more than just an exercise class, it's a family. These ladies share stories of love, marriage, christenings, and are there for each other through the joyful and challenging times. COVID was difficult for this group, but Amneris made sure to call each lady every week to check in and make sure they were okay. I'm pleased they are back and strong as ever, gathering for fitness and sharing their amazing cooking. Thank you, Amneris, for all that you do for our community. Ti auguro ogni bene, pieno di salute, amore e successo.
L'Honorable.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I would like to salute the passage in honor of Ferret Magny, precursor of decolonization of the Kabyle people, that used the song as a peaceful means to recognize the language, culture, and identity. They are a founding member of the Algerian League of Human Rights and president of the Provisional Kabyle Government that is asking the world for self-determination of its people. He has always spoke for nonviolence, just like the co-president of the Amazigh Association, whom I've had the honor to meet here in Parliament, but who is currently a prisoner of opinion in Algeria, like the 500 other people, mainly Kabul. That is why Mr. Ajid Bandou has sent a petition out to ask the Canadian government to condemn the Algerian government for these detentions that hundreds of prisoners of opinions are. On behalf of the Blanc Québécois, I want to express my solidarity with the Kabul people in its fight for freedom.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the graduates of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, and the entire country. As you celebrate this important milestone with your classmates, your friends, and your families, I hope you'll be proud of your accomplishments and your hard work. High school is a truly special time, a time to grow and develop and hopefully take with you later the knowledge, skills, and experiences that help you to become adults, whether it's by continuing your education or diving straight into the workforce. This is the time to find your passions and explore the path that will lead you to happiness and success. Congratulations to the 2022 class as you begin the next chapter of your lives. I wish you and your classmates much success with your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, for years alongside constituents in my riding, I've been working to build a trail that runs all the way from Calgary to Banff and Lake Louise, and we've made great progress. Despite the Liberals cancelling construction of the section from Banff to Lake Louise, we've still managed to get some large sections built, including the Glenbow Ranch Trail between Calgary and Cochrane, and the Legacy Trail connecting Canmore and Banff. And during the month of June, Cochrane has a bike-a-thon fundraiser to help build another stretch of this trail, completing the full connection from Calgary to Cochrane. The Mayor of Cochrane, Jeff Janong, and I are even in a friendly competition to see who can raise more. I encourage everyone in our communities to join us in supporting this important project, whether you collect sponsorships and get out for a ride, or make a pledge to the Cochrane to Calgary Trail. I want to thank all involved, including community leaders like Dan Crawford, Alex Baum, the Rotary Club, Kiwanis Club, Bike Cochrane, Sport for Life, and Big Hill Cycle. So get out, be active, and support the trail.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. June is National Indigenous History Month. Each year, my team and I select a book written by an Indigenous author to read together throughout the month of June to further broaden our understanding of Indigenous issues, cultures, and history, and as a form of recognition, celebration, and reconciliation. This year, we've selected Firekeeper's Daughter by Angeline Booley, available at the Oakville and Burlington Public Libraries and Different Drummer Books in Burlington. I encourage everyone in my riding to join us in reading and participating in a conversation with Grand Chief Skydeer of the Mohawk Council of Kanawaki to discuss the Jay Treaty. Incorporating Indigenous perspectives, history, and culture into all spaces as we move forward in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, while acknowledging the harms of Canada's past and present, it's imperative to ensuring a future for our country that is equitable for everyone. We must listen, learn, unpack, and be guided by the voices of Indigenous peoples. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to recognize a great Canadian who was just inducted into the Canadian Music Hall of Fame. The platinum record-selling artist Deborah Cox is the first Black Canadian woman and the first from my neighborhood, Flemington Park, to be honored with this award. Mr. Speaker, although Deborah is recognized and embraced today, back when she first started, she was passed by almost every single major music label in this country. It was not until she made her way into the United States that her career took flight and she became an international star. Known for her many #1 Billboard hits, the R&B legend has not only left a mark in the music industry, but has excelled as an actor on the stage. Her 2004 Broadway debut was very well received and led to various roles throughout her career. Mr. Speaker, Deborah Cox's worldwide success makes us proud as Canadians, but I'm also especially proud because she's from my neighborhood where I grew up, Flemington Park in Toronto, and it is an honor to be able to speak in this House today to let everyone know about the success of this great Canadian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Expect no warning is the motto of the HMCS Victoria, the namesake for the Royal Canadian Sea Cadet Corps 344. On June 16th, the Cadet Corps will be meeting for the first time since the pandemic to recognize with medals 3 deserving cadets, including Chief Petty Officer Jaden Tremeni, Chief Petty Officer Pablo Silva, Petty Officer Miguel Sharif. For over 20 years, this Cadet Corps has been making an impact and will once again be on military inspection and parade ceremony. I want to recognize the cadet instructors leading these fine young cadets, including Lieutenant Jeff Caneller, Lieutenant Buchanan, Sub-Lieutenant Jay Liff, and Acting Sub-Lieutenant Latika, as well as their instructor, Glenn Elaschuk. The cadet program offers youth an opportunity to gain leadership skills, build confidence in their abilities, and teaches them the value of discipline. A career in the Navy is a worthy life's pursuit. So a big congratulations to Royal Canadian Sea Cadet Corps 344, to the deserving medal recipients, and to the families who make this program possible. While they are cadets today, though, there are oceans of opportunity to trade up the uniform for the Navy's motto, Ready, Aye, Ready.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, I recently visited the area around Fort Frances, which is experiencing flooding. In fact, the Rainy Lake water levels are currently half a meter higher than they were during the 2014 flood. There are many houses and cottages on Rainy Lake or adjacent waterways like Seine River. Many people have spent the last month either sandbagging or pumping in order to try to save their homes, and unfortunately not all have been successful. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to represent these people. They really represent the best of Canadians. They've worked hard, and by work, I don't mean the kind of thing we do here in Parliament. Neighbor help neighbor, and you know what? Despite all the hardship, many people retained their sense of humor and, in fact, expressed the fact that they were more concerned about others than they were about themselves. In fact, one guy, Bob Fitchuk, while standing ankle deep in water in his living room, told me that whenever he starts feeling sorry for himself, he turns on the television to see what's happening in the Ukraine. Now there's a real Canadian. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
My grandmother, Helen Jamerzinski, was born 90 years ago today in Eastern Europe. She is a survivor, escaping one country after another, fleeing the dictatorships and the brutalities of World War II. Eventually, she made her way alone at the age of 19 across the ocean to call Canada her new home. During her lifetime in Canada, she has worked hard, building a successful business and raising her family. She never expected handouts and has taught her family to work long and hard to accomplish their dreams. She left a legacy for us by teaching us to care about what we do and to contribute what we can by helping others. She has been an inspiration for me and for all her grandchildren and great-grandchildren. She holds a very special place in my heart, and I'm thankful for all her wisdom and all she's taught me and encouraging me to follow my dreams. Happy 90th birthday, Bapcha. You made it. I love you.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the little guy is losing their shirt. Where are the regulators? House prices have doubled in 6 years and now they're crashing. Why didn't regulators slow the out-of-control growth in mortgage credit? Why didn't they stop banks from mortgaging 95% of the value of an asset that had doubled or tripled? Last year, the New York State Attorney General banned Bitfinex and Tether from New York's financial markets and fined them. She said they were a lie and a fraud, but it took regulators 6 months here to ban Tether, and Bitfinex has never been banned. And now, stablecoins and crypto are collapsing. Why didn't regulators ban these frauds and Ponzi schemes? Where are OSFI, CMHC, Finance Canada, and the Ontario Securities Commission? Where are Crown prosecutors, attorneys general, and law enforcement? And where is this government in protecting the finances of ordinary Canadians?
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House to acknowledge the return of agricultural fairs and festivals in Glengarry, Prescott, Russell. Indeed, the tourism season is back, and our local businesses are ready to welcome you. Starting with the agricultural fair in Maxville this weekend, Canada Day festivities throughout the municipalities, the Western Festival in Wendover, the Glengarry Highland Games, the agricultural fairs in Russell, Van Cleek Hill, and Riceville. Above all, don't forget the Pop Silo Tour, a project that combines art and agriculture. Come taste our local beer at one of our 5 microbreweries or visit our vineyards and taste our local wines. Mr. Speaker, the summer of 2022 is full of activities to be experienced in Glengarry, Prescott, Russell. We invite everyone to come out and spend some time with us. I promise that we are great people.
If I can have your attention, please. If I can have your attention. I just want to remind everyone that the statements are very important to the individuals and their communities. And we're starting to get a little bit of a conversation. Nice to see everybody's talking to each other, but that rumble in the background is really drowning out the person who's speaking. So if I can just have the honourable members just to remind them. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Migrant care workers are primarily women who come to Canada, leaving behind their families to take care of children, the sick, and elderly. The Conservatives unfairly impose high requirements for permanent residency for caregivers, such as passing the English language test at level 5, which is higher than what is required to obtain citizenship, a 24-month work requirement, and additional education accreditation. Even though the Liberals said publicly that these requirements are too onerous, they made no changes and imposed them, closing the door to many. Meanwhile, IRCC processing backlog is now at over 2 million, and access to information exposed that almost no caregiver files have been processed since 2019. This is wrong. Caregivers feel that they are being pushed to the back burner. They feel neglected and unimportant. Caregivers should not be treated as second-class citizens. They should be given landed status on arrival. The NDP is demanding status for all now.
Hear, hear. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow marks the end of an era. Tomorrow, Pierre Bruno will host his last newscast after 46 years as anchor at TVA. Since 1976, Pierre Bruno has been the face of the news that people needed to know, spoken in his famously smoothing voice and with his trademark rigor. For the past 32 years, he has also been the compassion incarnate through the Charles Bruno Foundation, which fights childhood cancer. As a lover of politics and information, I will be among the many Quebecers who will be unsettled to see another face and hear another voice announcing the 5 o'clock news. I will be even more so at the next leaders' debate, where we will miss the same soothing voice, and someone else will inherit the delicate task of being referee. But we can only understand that after 5 decades, after 23 Artist Awards, 23 times Public Choice Award, after being named to the Order of Canada and the Order of Quebec, we can only understand that Pierre Bruno has a sense of accomplishment. On behalf of the Bloc and on my own personal behalf, I wish you good luck in your future endeavors, Mr. Bruno.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Rising in big cities and rural regions alike. Rhonda owns a country store in a community. Can I restart? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Violent crime is rising in big cities and rural regions alike. Rhonda owns a country store in a community of 10 people. Since 2019, she's been the victim of 3 armed robberies with a knife, a machete, and a gun. She says, quote, "I live alone and my house and store are attached. My fear is always with me. I can't go home and forget. I see a therapist to help me get through it. Every time I start getting my life back, I get robbed again." Rhonda Rhonda wants tougher sentences to stop repeat offences and better enforcement of court-ordered restitution instead of victims being forced to relive their trauma and chase cases through civil courts. Rhonda's in a wheelchair now because she fell and broke several bones during one attack. She says, quote, "I live in fear every day, but I won't sell my store. If I give up, the criminals have won. I can't let that happen." It's appalling that her experiences are becoming common in Lakeland. The NDP Liberals should have her back, but instead they're reducing penalties for the very crimes against her. At least Conservatives stand with brave, innocent victims and all law-abiding Canadians like Rhonda, and we'll keep fighting for them.
L'honorable député de Nickel-Belt.
The honourable member for Nickel-Belt.
Marks Peru's 201st anniversary of independence. Canada has 8 free trade agreements in the hemisphere: Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama, Peru, Mexico, and the U.S. Peru is Canada's 3rd largest bilateral trading partner in Latin America and one of the fastest growing economies in Latin America with an annual growth rate of 5.5%. Since its launch in 2020, the Peruvian Canadian Institute, through Huntington University, aimed at developing economic ties and bridges between our two countries.
I encourage all parliamentarians to take part in the Parlamerica's events to strengthen the ties between us and Latin America. And I invite everyone to take part in a meeting in the West Bloc to honor High Commissioners and Ambassadors. Canada plays an important role, and we have to have good ties with members of Parlamerica's to fight climate change, to ensure equity and open governments. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yesterday, the Emergency Preparedness Minister told the committee that law enforcement never asked for the Emergencies Act. Yet, another contradiction of the Public Safety Minister. Nobody's backing him up, Mr. Speaker, not even his own colleagues. It's clear the minister has been misleading Canadians for months. Will the Prime Minister remove him from his portfolio? Yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Allow me to be very clear with Canadians. Police do not grant themselves extraordinary powers. The government does that, and then Parliament debated and voted on it. As Commissioner Lucky said, the Emergencies Act gave the police the powers they needed to get the job done. Municipalities, provincial leadership, and police told us they needed more tools to bring these illegal blockades to an end, and that's exactly what we did, and then what they did when we gave them more tools with the Emergencies Act.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the Minister of Public Safety has misled Canadians several times. He said protesters started fires in an Ottawa apartment building. That was false. He said foreign money was funding the protest. Not true. And he said law enforcement asked for the Emergencies Act. Also false. So does the Prime Minister agree that Canadians deserve better than a minister who repeatedly and overtly misleads them?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we see right now is the Conservative Party desperately trying to distract Canadians from the fact that they stood with these illegal blockaders. They encouraged them. They continue to make apologies for having these people having shut down communities, hurt our economy, cost people jobs at the same time as police were trying to do their jobs. They asked for more tools. We granted them more tools with the Emergencies Act, and we were able to get things back to normal in this country. People are free to protest legally, but not illegally. That's what Conservative politicians don't seem to understand.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The people whose actions are being scrutinized right now are the Prime Ministers and the Minister of Public Safety. In fact, as the committee's investigation into the government's use of the Act continues, it's clear the legal threshold wasn't met to justify its use. It's clear by the day the Emergencies Act was used for one thing and one thing only, and that was to get the Prime Minister out of hot water. And it looks like the reason the Prime Minister isn't firing the Minister of Public Safety is because the Minister is helping cover for the Prime Minister. Isn't that the sad but real reality right now, Mr. Speaker?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 3 weeks, our communities here in Ottawa were facing illegal blockades. The work on Parliament was disrupted. Supply lines were challenged. Border crossings were interrupted. People were losing their jobs and factories were closing. And Conservative politicians stood with them, encouraging these illegal blockades. We worked with police to give them more tools. And when they asked for even more tools, we delivered the Emergencies Act that allowed things to get back under control. Mr. Speaker, there are open and transparent inquiries into that, and we're working with them on everything like that.
The opposition.
The inquiry and the committee's investigative work is finding that there is less and less evidence for the government to have used the Emergencies Act, and the evidence points to the only reason they used it was to cover up for the Prime Minister's problems that he was finding himself in. Unfortunately, because the Minister has misled, the work of the committee is being disrupted and corrupted. When strong women, though, it's very interesting to see when strong women stand up and speak truth to the Prime Minister, he has no problem firing them. When a Minister of the Crown misleads Canadians, that's completely fine. He overlooks it. Mr. Speaker, why does the Prime Minister get rid of people who have integrity and speak the truth, but defend...
Honourable Prime Minister.
Wow, Mr. Speaker, we can see very clearly how desperate the Conservatives are to try and change the channel from the important work being done in the inquiry, in the follow-ups to the Emergencies Act, to highlight the challenges that these illegal blockaders posed to our economy, to our municipalities, and to Canadians. Police asked us for more tools because they said they couldn't deal with the situation with the existing tools. We delivered the Emergencies Act in a responsible, proportional way, which ended the crisis. At the same time, Conservative politicians kept supporting these blockades.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, this isn't the first time the Prime Minister has kept a disgraced minister in his cabinet. He defended the former Defence Minister who covered up sexual harassment in the military. The Prime Minister calls Canadians he disagrees with names, he divides and stigmatizes for political gain, and he demotes female MPs who stand up to him. Isn't it true the only reason the Prime Minister won't fire the Minister of Public Safety is because that minister is doing and saying exactly what the Prime Minister wanted him to do?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see the lengths to which the Conservatives will go to try and distract and deflect from the fact that they stood on the wrong side of this issue. They stood against hardworking Canadians who were disrupted in their daily lives, people who lost their jobs, factories and supply chains interrupted, all because of illegal blockades. The Conservatives continue to stand with illegal blockaders, while we worked hard to make sure that police had the tools necessary to put an end to them.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, the Prime Minister invoked the Emergencies Measures Act after the illegal occupation of Parliament Hill. The Minister of Public Safety stated that that was done at the request of police forces. But no police force actually requested the act. Not the RCMP, not Ontario Provincial Police, not Ottawa Police. Will the Prime Minister recognize that for the second time in 2 days his government has misled Quebecers and Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say very clearly to Canadians that police forces are not the ones who impose emergency powers. It is the government that must do so. Parliament debated the bill and adopted it. As Commissioner Lucky stated, the Emergencies Act gave police forces the powers they needed to accomplish this task. Municipalities, provincial leaders, and police officers told us they needed more tools in order to dismantle the blockades, and that is exactly what we delivered. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Yesterday, the committee reviewing the act had the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, former Minister of Public Safety. They appeared at the committee and they testified that this was a purely political decision. and was not made at the request of police forces. So who here is not telling the truth? Which of the ministers is not telling the truth? And as for the Prime Minister, is he telling the truth or not? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government and ministers have always been very clear. It is not up to police forces to grant themselves new powers. It is up to the government to take that decision. And that is exactly what we did. When provincial and municipal authorities and police forces were asking us for more tools, we granted them that. And then we looked to see if they needed even more. And we realized that the only way to do that was to deliver with the Emergency Measures Act. I will just interrupt. I will just interrupt the Right Honourable Prime Minister. We have a problem with the screen in the chamber. And some members want to be able to see everything that's happening. So if we could just fix that, make sure it's working. And then if the Prime Minister can start over once the problem is fixed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je peux y aller?
Le Premier ministre du début, s'il vous plaît.
From the beginning, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government and all our ministers have always been very clear. It is not up to police forces to grant themselves further powers. It's up to the government and politicians to make that decision. After our police forces and our provincial leaders asked for more tools, we delivered with the Emergency Measures Act in a reasonable and proportionate manner. That is exactly what people expected from us. And that's what ended up fixing the situation.
Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 out of 4 Canadians will lose their home if interest rates continue to rise. 1 out of 4 Canadians are going hungry because they can't afford their groceries. And the Minister of Finance is going to give a speech tomorrow which was supposed to respond to their needs, and instead is going to be a re-announcement of previous measures, none of which will help people right now. People need immediate support so they can make ends meet. Why does this Prime Minister continue to ignore the plight of people and refuse to deliver financial support directly to families who need it most?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I recommend my honourable colleague, and indeed all colleagues in this House, take advantage of the opportunities coming up to speak with Canadians who've seen their childcare expenses cut in half in different parts of this country, as more parts of this country, like Ontario and others, do that in the coming weeks and months. That's because of federal investments made, yes, over the past many months, but are landing right now in people's bank accounts and pocketbooks. At the same time, in the coming weeks, we will be increasing the Canada Child Benefit alongside the cost of living. Those are concrete helps delivered now.
Le député de Burnaby Sud.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
People need help today. Les gens ont besoin d'aide.
People need help now to pay bills, to make ends meet, to pay for groceries. Will this government, will the Prime Minister support our proposal to increase the GST credit and increase the Canada Child Benefit in order to help families now, families that need help? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Child Benefit will be increased in the weeks to come because it is indexed to the cost of living. That will be direct assistance for families. Families throughout the country will benefit from a decrease in costs thanks to assistance for childcare, because we have invested in recent months with the provinces in order to reduce those costs. In Ontario and other provinces, that will be coming up in the weeks and months to come. We will be there to help families, and we will continue to be there. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the truth is coming out. The Prime Minister said today it's not up to police forces to grant themselves more powers. So he recognized that it is not police forces that asked for the Emergencies Act. That is exactly the opposite of what the Minister of Public Safety has said over and over again. Ministerial responsibility doesn't seem to mean anything to this Prime Minister's Liberal government. Will the Prime Minister also mislead the House and repeat what his minister said? Or will he ask him to resign? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, during the blockades crisis, police forces, provincial and municipal authorities all asked us repeatedly for more tools in order to put an end to the blockades and these illegal demonstrations. And that's exactly what we delivered, including with the Emergencies Act, which we brought in a restrained and responsible fashion in order to end the blockades, and that's exactly what happened. Meanwhile, conservative politicians took the side of the demonstrators and those who were putting up the blockades. The honourable member, what exactly did they ask for? The Prime Minister just said that police officers asked the government to do more, to bring in special measures, the Emergencies Act perhaps. So the Prime Minister is repeating the same things as were said by the Minister of Public Safety. This is a scandal. The Prime Minister is also misleading the House. He has a choice today. He can do the honourable thing, apologize, and ask his minister to resign. Will he do that? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are clearly quite desperate to distract Canadians from their role in encouraging these illegal blockades. As I've said, yes, police forces asked for more tools, and we gave them more. We sent RCMP officers. We sent additional resources. And when they needed even more resources and tools, we finally invoked the Emergency Measures Act. It's not up to the police to invoke the Emergencies Act. It's up to the government to make that decision, and that's exactly what we did.
Calgary Midnapore.
In April, the Minister for Public Safety said that at the recommendation of police, we invoked the Emergencies Act. But his colleagues are saying that there was never a recommendation from law enforcement. When he was appointed as the minister, he swore an oath to be true and faithful, but we know he hasn't lived up to that pledge. So will the Prime Minister hold the minister accountable and fire him for misleading Canadians?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I can understand if perhaps for Conservative politicians, recollections of what happened in April are a little bit fuzzy. They were out celebrating and supporting the people barricading our streets here in Ottawa and preventing goods from flowing across the border. What we were doing was talking to police who continually were asking for more support and more tools, whether it was more resources, whether it was more money or more RCMP officers. We were there to respond to their need for more tools, and we finally did that with the invocation of the Emergencies Act, which was the government's decision, not police officers' decision.
For Calgary Midnapore.
The Minister of Public Safety told Canadians over and over again that the authorities were the ones who had asked for the Emergencies Act. Yet the Minister of Emergency Preparedness testified, "I'm not aware of any recommendation of law enforcement. Quite frankly, this is a decision of government." The Minister of Public Safety has not lived up to his oath of office. So when will the Prime Minister take immediate action and fire the Minister of Public Safety?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
While Conservative politicians were busy supporting and celebrating with barricaders along Wellington Street and across the country, we were working with police who continually asked for more help and more support to be able to deal with this public order emergency. That's exactly what we continued to do throughout the 3 weeks until and up to the moment in which we chose to bring in the Emergencies Act to restore order to this country and to the situation. We did it in a proportional and reasonable way, and it brought an end to these illegal actions.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety's own department confirmed that the police did not ask for the Emergencies Act to be invoked, and now the Minister of Emergency Preparedness has also publicly agreed. In the Prime Minister's 2015 Open and Accountable Government document, he wrote, For Canadians to trust our government, we must trust Canadians, and we will only be successful in implementing our agenda to the extent that we earn and keep this trust. The Minister of Public Safety has shattered that trust. When will the Prime Minister fire him?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while Conservative politicians were out there supporting barricaders, while they continue to support those illegal actions, we were working with law enforcement and municipal and provincial authorities across this country who were telling us they needed more tools. And we delivered more tools, whether it was more police officers or more resources, until we realized we needed to take a further step, and we chose to invoke the Emergencies Act to give them even further tools. We did it in a responsible and proportional way, and it worked, Mr. Speaker.
Before going back to the question, I just want to remind the honourable members that if they want to talk to each other, they can cross over and talk very lowly. Shouting across or talking very loud across just interrupts everyone else. So I just want to remind them of that. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness made it clear last night at committee that the Minister of Public Safety has misled Canadians. The Prime Minister's open and accountable government document also reads, "Ministers cannot dissociate themselves from or repudiate the decisions of Cabinet or their ministry colleagues unless they resign from the ministry." Only one of these two ministers can be right. The Prime Minister can't agree with both of them, so which one does he agree with? And when will the Prime Minister fire the Minister of Public Safety?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we worked with local police services and with responsible authorities to ensure that they got the resources and the tools that they needed to get this situation back under control. They continually asked for more tools, and we continued to step up with extra officers, with extra resources, with extra finances, and ultimately with the Emergencies Act that absolutely, it is only a government that can choose to invoke that, and to do so in a limited and restrained way is exactly what we did.
Honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the federal border fiasco is breaking records. It's becoming an incredibly difficult thing to just fly abroad. First of all, you have to line up for 24 hours to get a passport, thanks to the Minister of Families. Then travelers have to wait for hours at the airport because 3,000 border services officers are missing, thanks to the Minister of Transport. It's a perfect storm for travelers. Mr. Speaker, when several ministers fail at the same time like this, it's a sign that the problem comes from higher up. When will the Prime Minister clean up his border fiasco? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand that people are facing difficulties because of the global pandemic. That's why it is not just Canada that is facing challenges at airports and border checkpoints. We are seeing these problems throughout the world. That is why we have hired around 600 new employees in passport centers. We are investing in order to help airports because we know that both airports and air transport companies are facing labor shortage problems. We will be there to support them, but we know that this is a hard time for Canadians, and we are working hard to fix the situation. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't stop there. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is also in trouble because her staff member was partying at the Russian embassy. What a great idea. And the Minister of Public Safety is also in trouble with his alternative facts about the Emergency Measures Act. And what about the Minister of Immigration? His department is where permanent residency applications go to die. And the Minister of the Environment has become an oil promoter. When all the musicians are playing out of tune at once, the real problem is the conductor. In this case, the Prime Minister. When will he finally tackle his own problems instead of constantly sticking his nose into Quebec's business? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am here to serve all Canadians, including Quebecers. And that is why we will continue to invest to help Quebec families, to help them face current challenges, whether at the borders or in our health system. We will always be there and partner with provincial governments. We will partner with municipalities. We will partner with small businesses and Canadians who need help. We know that this pandemic has been very difficult, but we have been there for Canadians, and we will continue to be there.
Shuri Whiterock.
Mr. Speaker, the Emergency Preparedness Minister said the police didn't recommend enacting the Emergencies Act, nor would it have been appropriate. The Public Safety Minister has said for months that the police requested the act. The Deputy Prime Minister in committee is now amazingly vague on her recollections on this controversial issue. The RCMP and Ottawa Police said they didn't request the act be used. Period. When will the Prime Minister uphold accountability, transparency, and ethics, and ask for the Public Safety Minister's resignation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's amazing the lengths to which Conservative politicians will go to try and deflect from the fact that they were standing with blockaders and continue to support the illegal protests. We worked with police and local authorities every step of the way who asked for more resources, which we delivered, whether it was more police officers, whether it was more financial resources, or ultimately the Emergencies Act, which we chose to bring in to give people the tools necessary to put an end to these illegal protests.
Member for South Surrey Whiterock.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety misled Canadians repeatedly. Using the Emergencies Act after its invocation and needing the Act beforehand are two very different things. This Liberal government invoked a Canada-wide Civil Liberties Limiting Act to force tow truck drivers to move trucks. Not exactly proportional. This scandal-ridden Liberal government has a serious issue with transparency from SNC to we. It seems to be in their DNA. When will the Prime Minister ensure the Public Safety Minister's resignation?
Hear, hear. Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we see Conservative politicians minimizing the very real disruptions that Canadians faced during the blockades. They stood with and encouraged the blockaders, while at the same time ignoring Canadians who were afraid to go to work or leave their apartments, Canadians who were losing their jobs, and businesses that were shut down because of supply chain disruptions. These are things that we took seriously while Conservative politicians were celebrating alongside the blockaders. We used proportional, responsible measures, and we got it done.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, who is a colleague of the Minister of Public Safety, said the following: "I'm not aware of any recommendation from law enforcement. Quite frankly, it's a government decision." That completely contradicts what the Minister of Public Safety said. He has misled Canadians and this House. There must be consequences, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister do the honourable thing and fire this minister? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, during the blockades crisis, police forces, provincial authorities, including a minister from Alberta, all told us that they didn't have the tools they needed to end the situation. They needed more resources, more tools. We delivered. We sent them resources, more police officers. But then, in the end, we chose to invoke the Emergencies Act because it offered the specific and proportionate tools necessary to end the crisis. And that's exactly what happened. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the Minister of Public Safety has said, neither the RCMP nor Ottawa Police asked for the emergency measures. But as usual, when confronted with his contradictions, this Prime Minister ducks and dodges, blames others, and when nothing else works, he lashes out. He's been doing that since the beginning of QP. Ministerial responsibility seems to be a concept this government just doesn't get. When will the Prime Minister finally learn and remove the minister from office? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, despite my honourable colleague's outrage, she should ask her colleagues who were there encouraging these illegal demonstrators. She should ask them why they supported those people and not the forces of law and order who wanted to protect Canadians in their homes, who needed more tools. And yes, we delivered those tools thanks to the Emergencies Act. We did so in a responsible and proportionate manner, and we ended the illegal blockades.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it didn't take a crystal ball to realize that Canadians would start traveling again. And what we've seen in the airports are massive delays across the country. These are delays that could have been prevented if the sufficient steps are taken ahead of time. Hiring staff, making sure they've got good wages, making sure the conditions of work are appropriate so that we can have the staffing levels required so there weren't delays. So what is the Prime Minister going to do now? To hire, make sure they're well paid so we can deal with the delays in the airports for Canadians trying to travel.
Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to thank the member opposite for actually highlighting one of the big challenges that are being faced right now by airlines and airports, which are staffing shortages. That's something that's not just happening in Canada. Indeed, we're seeing those kinds of disruptions at airports around the world, whether it be Amsterdam, whether it be Paris, whether it be other significant airports around the world that are facing these kinds of challenges and delays. We invested early in hiring more staff for CBSA, hiring more staff at passport offices. Fortunately, we did because the problems would be even worse. But we do recognize there are challenges, and we are working hard every day to solve them for Canadians.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
It's not surprising that people want to travel again and that they'll need their passport to travel. But the delay to obtain a passport is extreme. It's unacceptable. Will the government and the Prime Minister ensure that we hire the necessary workers to meet the needs of people? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. That's exactly what we have done, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of the year, well before these challenges came to light, we hired 600 employees, and we're going to hire 600 more. We know that we have to deliver passports, and I'd like to say that this allowed us to help issue more than 360 passports since the beginning of April, but Canadians are still waiting. This is unacceptable, and that's why we're working day and night to be able to solve this situation and help Canadians.
For St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, Hans Island has been subject to a 50-year-long territorial dispute between Canada and Denmark. While the Whiskey War raged on, it was high time that we found a permanent solution that affirmed Canada's sovereignty and respected the rights of the Inuit. Can the Prime Minister share with this House the significance of the announcement of the historic agreement between Denmark and Canada which resolved this dispute?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for St. John's East for her important question and her tremendous hard work. As global security is threatened, it's more important than ever for democracies like Canada and Denmark to work together to resolve our differences in accordance with international law. That's why we jointly announced a historic agreement to settle the Whiskey War and the dispute over Hans Island once and for all. We will continue working with our partners like Denmark to protect the security and stability in the Arctic while doing so hand in hand with Indigenous peoples.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Safety Minister has said repeatedly that law enforcement recommended the government invoke the Emergencies Act. But yesterday, the Emergency Preparedness Minister said in committee, and I quote, "I'm not aware of any recommendation of law enforcement," end quote. Mr. Speaker, suspending civil liberties is serious. So is misleading the House. Simple question to the Prime Minister. Does he believe the Minister has acted honourably?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while Conservative politicians were out supporting the blockaders and standing with the illegal protesters, we were busy working with law enforcement and authorities across the country to deliver them tools that they needed, whether it be extra police officers or extra financial resources or tools. We were there for that. Ultimately, we chose to deliver in a proportional and responsible way the Emergencies Act, which had measures that helped put an end to these blockades. This was something that we had to do for the good of all Canadians.
Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Safety Minister is putting the government in a very difficult position. He has said the police requested the invocation of the Act. Clearly, that's not the case. None of his cabinet colleagues concur with him, neither does his deputy minister. The minister needs to take some time to reflect on the principle of ministerial accountability and on the integrity of our parliamentary system, and needs to decide what the honorable course of action is. Will he do that?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way we worked with police services and local authorities on ensuring that they had the tools they needed to be able to put an end to these illegal blockades, these illegal protests. When we chose to invoke the Emergencies Act, it was to deliver more tools that the police ultimately used to put an end to these illegal disruptions to so many Canadians' lives. While Conservative politicians were busy celebrating with and encouraging these illegal protesters, we acted to keep Canadians safe.
Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
And Mr. Speaker, this today is how ministerial accountability dies. A Prime Minister who obfuscates, will not answer, and a minister who refuses to resign. The Minister of Public Safety clearly and unequivocally did not tell the truth. And ministers in the past have resigned on principle. Ministers like Jody Wilson-Raybould and Jane Philpott. Will the Prime Minister show he has some principles and get that minister fired?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while we were focused on serving Canadians and getting them back to work, getting their lives back, getting their streets back, Conservative politicians were busy supporting and celebrating alongside these illegal protesters and barricaders. We focused on delivering the support that police services needed to put an end to this, which ultimately led up to us choosing to invoke the Emergencies Act, which gave them tools necessary that worked to put an end to these illegal blockades. That was what we were focused on, and that's what we continue to be focused on, Mr. Speaker. Canadians.
Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, what we're witnessing here today by the Prime Minister is a poor man's masterclass on how to avoid accountability. And we deserve accountability. Canadians deserve accountability. This minister needs to be held to account. He has misspoken, he has misled, and he has misinformed this House and the Canadian public. His position is completely untenable. The Prime Minister won't even answer a question directly on this. Prime Minister, show some principles, show your minister has some principles, get him to resign or fire him.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in February, when blockades and occupations disrupted our economy, hurt workers, and endangered public safety, we invoked the Emergencies Act to help bring them to an end. We've now announced the Public Order Emergency Commission, an independent public inquiry to examine the circumstances that led to the declaration being issued and the measure taken in response as required under the Act. We are acting in openness and transparency, but we know the members of the Conservative Party might not want light shed on these events given their support of these blockades, but Canadians want to know the truth.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. According to the Globe and Mail, senior officials are warning that the oil and gas industry will fall short, at least by half, of its greenhouse gas reduction targets. Why? Because, on the one hand, the Prime Minister refused to cap fossil fuel production, and on the other, his targets are based on inefficient carbon capture technologies. Let's face it, Mr. Speaker, carbon capture is an oil unicorn. Does the Prime Minister realize that these targets have no chance of being met and are irresponsible, and that unicorns do not exist? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member should listen to institutes such as the Climate Change Institute, Clean Prosperity, and others that have supported our plans, that have understood, that are plan clearly defines the contributions that every sector has to make to attain our climate targets. We promised an ambitious and achievable plan to reduce pollution and to create opportunities for Canadians, and that's exactly what we are offering with this emission reductions plan. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamatisse. Mr. Speaker, between the 81 megatons of emission reductions the government is projecting for the oil and gas industry and the 43 megatons that experts estimate it will cut for real, there's a difference of 38 megatons. That's the weight of magical thinking, and that's what the UN Secretary General called a dangerous disconnect yesterday. The gap between what needs to be done to fight climate change and what politicians are actually doing. When is the Prime Minister going to understand that it's completely out of touch to think that his targets will happen without cutting oil and gas? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the analysis that my colleague is referring to was a preliminary analysis that did not take account the new investments and measures that will boost our capacity to reduce emissions. I suggest that my colleague refer to the prestigious organizations such as the Canadian Institute for Climate Change and others such as the Petroleum Technology Alliance of Canada that have confirmed the benefits of our plan, that have established forecasts in our plan.
Kent, Middlesex.
The Prime Minister has repeatedly parroted the Minister of Public Safety by saying that police called for the use of the Emergencies Act. Now, this false information was spread by the Minister of Public Safety, and by defending such incompetence, the Prime Minister is being played for a fool. Now, we know this information is false because the former Minister of Public Safety has said, and I quote, "Quite frankly, this is a decision of government." Will the Prime Minister accept personal responsibility for this misinformation and fire his minister?
Here, here, bravo. Honourable Prime Minister.
I have been very clear over the past weeks, and indeed through all the questions asked during this question period, that throughout the crisis in February, we were working closely with police services and with provincial and municipal authorities who were asking for more tools, which we continually delivered, whether it was more police officers, more concrete resources, or ultimately we chose to invoke the Emergencies Act, which gave proportional and responsible tools that allowed the police services to put an end to these illegal blockades that Conservatives were busy supporting.
Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, the Public Safety Minister has continued to tell the country that law enforcement told him to invoke the Emergencies Act, but that's just not true. And yesterday, the Emergency Preparedness Minister said, and I quote, "I do not believe that would have been an appropriate thing for law enforcement to ask, and they did not ask," end quote. Cabinet is clearly isolating the minister. We gave him the chance to resign honorably, and he refused. Will the Prime Minister fire that minister?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we see today is a Conservative Party desperate to try and prevent Canadians from remembering that Conservative politicians stood side by side, these barricaders and blockaders and illegal protesters, while they were trying to disrupt Canadians' lives, while they were harming our economy, while they were hurting factories and workers across the country with their illegal protests. We worked with police services and authorities to give them the tools they needed to put an end to these barricades, including deciding ultimately to invoke the Emergencies Act in a proportional and responsible way.
Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, birds of a feather, I guess, because to fire someone in his cabinet for dishonourable conduct, the Prime Minister would have to look himself in the mirror. The Public Safety Minister uttered a barefaced falsehood at committee, and he continues to shamelessly mislead Canadians. He's no longer fit for the Queen's Privy Council. Will the Prime Minister fire him today?
That's right. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while Canadians were struggling through the impacts of these illegal blockades and these illegal protests, while Conservatives were standing with them, encouraging them, We were working with police services and authorities across the country to bring an end to the disruption faced by so many ordinary Canadians in their lives. That's why we delivered more and more tools throughout the 3-week process, and ultimately why we decided to invoke the Emergencies Act in a proportional and responsible way.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, the unjust war in Ukraine is having a huge impact on countries around the world. This war is causing a global food shortage. The conflict, combined with the effects of climate change and the pandemic, threatens to push tens of millions of people into food insecurity, hunger, and starvation, particularly in Africa. Can the Prime Minister inform the House what Canada is doing to help people around the world who are facing such a food security crisis? Thank you. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle for her question and her hard work. Russia's aggression is having a significant and immediate impact on the food security and nutrition of the world's most vulnerable people. This is why we announced that Canada will provide $100 million to help the African Development Bank to support the growth of small and medium-sized agri-food businesses. This funding will help increase food security on the continent while promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
This culture of deception, deflection, not being accountable, blaming others, entitlement, and this culture of division has been a culture created by this Prime Minister. He has set the example for others in his cabinet to follow. So it's no surprise to anyone to see the Public Safety Minister using the tactics of his Prime Minister. The Prime Minister didn't hesitate to force out Jody Wilson-Raybould or Jane Philpott for speaking the truth to his power. Will the Prime Minister, for once, do the right thing, do the honourable thing, and fire the Minister of Public Safety?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives continue to focus on me, I will continue to focus on Canadians alongside all the extraordinary members of our team. We are focused on fighting against inflation, on supporting Canadians with the cost of living, including with things like cutting childcare fees in half and increasing the Canada Child Benefit with the cost of inflation, as will happen in the coming months, in the coming weeks. We will continue as well to make sure that Conservative politicians who stood with illegal protesters and blockaders fostering division in this country, get remembered by Canadians because we chose to invoke the Emergencies Act to put an end to the.
Before we go to the next question, I just want to remind the honourable members, I'm starting to hear some more rumble and talking. Maybe just whispering a little bit lighter would be better. The honourable member for Carleton.
Twice, but 13 times did this public safety minister claim the police told him to suspend people's civil liberties with the Emergencies Act. Not only did the cops say that's not true, but yesterday, 2 of his fellow ministers, including the Deputy Prime Minister, said it's not true. And today, the Prime Minister refused to say that his public safety minister had acted honorably. If his fellow ministers don't think he is honorable and truthful, why is he still in cabinet?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the member opposite concerns himself supposedly with the freedom of Canadians to protest illegally, we're going to continue to stand with Canadians who had their lives disrupted by the illegal blockades and protesters who took such lengths to try and shut down our economy over the month of February. We have continued to work with police officers, with services, with local authorities to give them the tools we needed, and ultimately chose to invoke the Emergencies Act to keep Canadians safe and to put an end to these barricades.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Disrupting people's lives? This from the guy who took away the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of people because of an unscientific mandate that robbed them of their individual freedom.
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member. We were doing so well. I just don't want to ruin it. Please calm down. And the honourable member for Carleton from the top, please.
This disrupting people's lives, this is a prime minister who disrupted the lives of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people because of a personal medical decision. Everything this government has been saying about our truckers has been false from the very beginning, starting with the claim that they would spread a virus even though they're in a truck all alone all day long, and ending with the recent claim that the police had asked for the Emergencies Act. Now that the government has admitted that the public safety minister stated falsehoods, will the prime minister do the honorable thing and fire him?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Speaker, every step of the way throughout this global pandemic, we had Canadians' backs, and that meant ensuring that we followed science, that we did everything necessary to keep people safe, and that we did everything necessary to make sure our economy would spring back as quickly as possible. Now, the member opposite knows full well that he stood against our scientific measures to keep Canadians safe. He stood against the measures we put forward to support small businesses, to support families, to get through this pandemic, and indeed stood against the measures that have led us to recovering 115% of the jobs lost during the pandemic when the U.S. has only recovered 95%. We had Canadians' backs, Mr. Speaker. That's what we were doing during the pandemic.
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Mr. Speaker, in the digital era, cybersecurity is national security. Our critical infrastructure relies on interconnected networks and cyber systems every day. From our financial system to telecommunications, and from the energy to transportation sectors, organizations need to be well prepared to be able to prevent and respond to cyber incidents. Can the Prime Minister inform this House how new legislation on cybersecurity will enable Canadian organizations to protect critical cyber infrastructure and our communities?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Vancouver Granville for his question and his hard work. Cybersecurity is national security. Bill C-26 will help both the public and private sectors better protect themselves against cyber attacks and is one part of our robust strategy to defend Canada and the crucial infrastructure that Canadians rely on. We will always protect the safety and security of Canadians and will take any actions necessary to safeguard our telecommunications infrastructure.
Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, this Liberal government announced $724.1 million to support Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people in the face of gender-based violence. But here's the thing, we're dealing with Liberals. So 2 years later, guess how much money was spent? $0. $0 to support Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people facing gender-based violence. Why is this government making announcements instead of taking concrete steps to support people facing gender-based violence?
Hear, hear. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's simply not true. Over the past 2 years, we've invested hundreds of millions of dollars directly into grassroots organizations that have been there to support survivors of domestic violence and gender-based violence, addressing the ongoing violence, including that of the MMIWG, requires living up to our goals as a country and respecting all the calls to justice. In June 2021, partners from across the country came together and released the National Action Plan to finally end this ongoing tragedy, and it'll be supported by Budget 2021's $2.2 billion investment in concrete measures that will keep people safe.
Honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing soaring gas prices. However, most consumers are unaware of the federal government's hidden fleecing. It's called tax cascading, and it must stop. In Ontario, the government applies HST to fuel purchase and then applies it to the excise tax, the carbon tax, and the provincial tax. The government is taxing taxes. If serious about helping Canadians, the government should take its triple-dipping tax hands out of consumers' pockets. Will the Prime Minister eliminate tax cascading and provide Canadians with a fuel tax rebate from the massive slush fund that he is raking in?
Speaker, the investments that we have made have been directed at supporting families and the vulnerable through these difficult times. We chose to invest billions of dollars to ensure that childcare fees get cut in half this year. And we're seeing that right across the country, having an incredibly positive impact on families where it's coming into place. And a lot of people in various jurisdictions, like the member's own province of Ontario, are looking forward to that kicking in for them as well. We're also increasing the Canada Child Benefit to match the cost of inflation in the coming weeks to make sure that families have more money for the cost of living, for the cost of groceries and everyday items. That's part of what we're doing to have Canadians back.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have. C'est tout le temps que nous avons pour la...
That's all the time. That is all the time we have for question period today. Before we continue, I'd like to thank all my members.
It's a day that I think we can all be very proud of. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, you will see unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House salute the extraordinary work of Mr. Pierre Bruno, anchor of TVA Network for 46 years, as he will host his last newscast this Thursday evening. That it underlines the remarkable contribution of Mr. Bruno to the news in Quebec, thanks to his rigor, his dedication, and his great talent as a communicator. That it also recall his commitment to children suffering from cancer through the Charles Bruno Foundation since 1990, and that it expresses its gratitude to him. And finally, that this House wish Mr. Pierre Bruno good luck in his future endeavors. All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will say nay.
D'accord.
Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will say nay.
Adopté.
Carried. It being 3:18, pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-251 under private members' business.
All in the members. La question est la suite.
The question is the following one.
Mr. Small, seconded by Mr. Perkins, moved that Bill C-251, an act respecting the development of a federal framework on the conservation of fish stocks and management in pinnipeds, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We'll start with the sponsor of the item. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Fifth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Fourth row, quatrième rangée.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Troisième rangée, third row.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Cruzy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Pardon, Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Première rangée, à ma gauche.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong. Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findlay.
Miss Finlay.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Sixième rangée.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Fifth row.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Quatrième rangée. Third row. Deuxième rangée. First row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Miss Cirillo.
Fifth row.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Fourth row. Third row.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
First row.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Hamilton Mountain, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Fifth row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mrs. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Anand Sangari.
Ms. DeBrusen.
DeBrusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Deuxième rangée.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Première rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
are currently experiencing technical issues with the electronic voting system. En conséquence, la séance sera...
As a result, the sitting will be suspended to the call of the chair while we identify a solution.
Accordingly, the sitting will be suspended to the call of the chair while we identify the solution. if I can have your attention, please.
Oh, you're back.
We're back.
You're back.
Okay, we believe we have the problem resolved. And what I'm going to do is give everyone a chance to sit back in their seats. If there's someone who was in here and voted and wasn't able to vote, we're going to count the votes anyway. So that's not a problem because they're probably gone to another appointment or meeting that they had or a committee that they're going to. Now we're going to proceed. If there were members not able to vote due to technical difficulties, ils peuvent maintenant activer.
They can now activate the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
En faveur.
Mr. Sainte-Marie, all for.
Mr. Lewis.
Vote in favor.
Mr. Lewis, Essex, 4 pour.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Opposed, voting against.
Mr. Trudeau, against, contre.
Monsieur Perron.
En faveur, Monsieur le Président. Juste m'assurer.
Monsieur Perron, pour, for.
Monsieur Godin.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Je veux m'assurer que mon vote a bel et bien été enregistré. Je vote in favor. Je vote oui.
Votre vote a été enregistré en faveur. Ms. Haidu. Ms. Haidu, maybe try again. We weren't getting the voice.
She wants to abstain.
Opposed?
Against, contre.
Mr. Baines.
I vote opposed.
Mr. Baines, against, contre.
Mr. Sarai.
I vote against.
Mr. Sarai, against, contre.
We're good. Madame Lapointe.
Just want to ensure my vote was registered as against.
Yes, it was voted against. It was registered as against. Okay, the table will now compile the results of the vote. If you don't mind, okay, it's okay. Will it make a difference? Huh? Okay. Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Perron.
Rappel au règlement.
Do you have a point of order? Not a point of order.
No, we got his vote earlier. We'll come to it right after.
Yes, pour 151, 151. Nays, contre 176, 176.
I declare the motion defeated.
Opposition with the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just need point of clarification on the vote, whether a member needs a jacket to vote in the House and outside the House. And outside of the House on video, because we're working on the assumption that this is the House, so is the video. Thank you. Just a clarification on that.
The clarification is that yes, whether it's in the House or on or by video or by application, members, men, have to have a jacket.
Reject.
Okay. Very good.
Pursuant to order adopted on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M45 under private member's business in the name of Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
The question is the following one. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, seconded by Ms. Sgro, moved that The House recognized that one, seniors deserve a dignified retirement free from financial worry. 2, many seniors are worried about their retirement savings running out. 3, many seniors are concerned about being able to live independently in their own homes. And B,
in the opinion of the House, the government should undertake a study examining population aging, longevity, interest rates, and registered retirement income funds, and report its findings and recommendations to the House within 12 months of the adoption of this motion.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote. Nous commençons.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
We will now proceed to members participating in person.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Throw.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
5th row on my right.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mrs. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobara.
Madame Zaid.
Madame Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
4th row on my right.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
3e rang.
3rd row on my right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
El Khoury. Mr. Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
2e rang.
2nd row at my right.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
1st row on my right.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise. 6th.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Mr. Jean-Blac Jonca.
5e rangée.
5th row on my left.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morantz.
3e rangée.
3rd row. I apologize. 4th row on my left.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Culkins.
Mr. Culkins.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findlay.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Sixième rangée.
Sixth row.
Cinquième.
Fifth row.
Fourth. Third row.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Madame Hughes.
Sixth row.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Fifth row.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Fourth row. Third row.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
First row.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Trudeau, pour.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président, puis je semble avoir un problème d'authentification avec mon téléphone.
Nous avons votre vote. Il était là avant, mais c'est bon de le confirmer. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor. And Mr. Speaker, it's the third time today I've been kicked off of this meeting, so I have to keep coming back and voting on.
Mr. Lewis, Essex, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to check that my vote was counted.
Counted. As a yay. As a yay. Ms. Lansman.
I vote yay.
Ms. Lansman, 4 pour.
Very good. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 301, 301. Nays contre 25, 25.
I declare the motion carried. I just want to see what language to do. Conformément.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-215 under private members' business.
Is the following one. Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gourde, seconded by Mr. Genereux, moved that Bill C-215, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, illness, injury, or quarantine, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills, and Social Development, and the status of persons with disabilities.
The period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will proceed will now proceed with the vote.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais voter pour le projet de loi.
Nous procéderons maintenant aux députés qui participent en personne. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Motz. Pardon me, Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Roberts. Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Fifth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Rangé.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Cruzy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Première rangée.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Barrett. Pardon me, Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui appuient la motion veuillent bien.
All those at my right who oppose the motion will please rise.
Cinquième rangée.
Mr. Vong.
Fourth row.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Première rangée.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Que tous ceux à ma
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
sixième rangée. Fifth row. Quatrième rangée. Third row. Deuxième rangée. First row. All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald, Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Fifth row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobara.
Madame Zaid.
Madame Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Third row.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenbeld.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. Dabrusin.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Deuxième rangée.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Serry.
Monsieur Serré.
First row.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vote contre.
Mr. Trudeau, contre, against.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes, for.
Mr. Lewis, pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174. Nays contre 151. 151.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Oh, we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, point of order. The member from Bay of Quinte voted from his assigned seat in this House and then moved to another seat in the chamber before the completion and tally of the vote.
Ryan!
I just want to remind, order. I just want to remind the honourable members that they must remain in the seat they've chosen under the present rules when they vote. I'm afraid that vote will have to be struck. Yes. The honourable point of order, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I inadvertently left. I'm going to ask for an unanimous consent to allow my vote to stand, please. I did not mean to do that. Rookie mistake. Thank you.
Okay. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the amendment of Ms. Dancho on the motion at third reading of Bill C-5. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
By Ms. Haidu, moved that Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Ms. Dancho, seconded by Mr. Goodrich, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting the words after the word that and substituting the following. May I dispense? No? Okay. Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, be now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights for the purpose of reconsidering clauses 5 to 8, 10, and 12, with a view to remove the provisions in the bill that would eliminate a number of mandatory minimum sentences for very serious crimes, namely robbery with a firearm, weapons trafficking, and discharging a firearm with intent, possessing of a weapon obtained by commission of an offense, and possession for purpose of weapons trafficking. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votant par voie.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findlay.
Ms. Findlay.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Moran.
Mr. Moran.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Robert.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à l'amendement.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Monsieur Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Vancouverton.
Mr. Vancouverton.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobara.
Madame Zaid.
Madame Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald, Malpeque.
Mr. McDonald, Malpeque.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period is over.
If we're not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Trudeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote against.
Mr. Trudeau, contre, against.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor. En favor.
Mr. Lewis Essex, pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 117, 117. Nays contre 209, 209.
I declare the motion or the amendment defeated. La prochaine mise au vote.
The next vote will be on the main motion. The question is as follows.
By Ms. Haidu, moved that Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, be now read a third time and do pass.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and to indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We request a recorded division.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hond.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. Dabrusin.
Ms. Dabrusin.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Hobiard.
Monsieur Hobiard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobara.
Madame Zaid.
Madame Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mr. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findlay.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean's.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halam.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Ms. Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. McGuire.
McGuire.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Liu.
Mr. Liu.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. The House will now wait. I'm sorry. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Je désire informer la
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against. Contre.
Mr. Lewis Essex, contre, against.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor. For.
Mr. Trudeau, pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 206, 206. Nays contre 117, 117.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecteur de ce projet de loi.
Order. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Health. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Strathcona, Climate Change. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni, Marine Transportation.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill S-214 under private members' business. The question is the following one.
Mr. Hardy, seconded by Mr. Aldag, moved that Bill S-214, an act to establish International Mother Language Day, be now read a second time and referred to Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. La période de
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy. Now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Fifth row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Madame Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Fourth row.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Garrettson.
Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Deuxième rang.
Second row at my right.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Premier rang.
First row at my right.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Mr. Jonquette Blanchard.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Zarillo.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Back to Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Fourth row on my right, or on my left.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Mr. Savard Tremblay.
Third row.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Première rangée.
First row at my left.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findlay.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Quatrième rang.
Fourth row.
Troisième.
Third row.
Second row. Première rang.
First row.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixième rang.
Sixth row.
Fifth row. Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Third row. Deuxième.
Second row.
First row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Okay, we'll just continue. The voting, I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. I'm out of papers. If members, I believe we're going to deal with that point of order after the point, if that's okay. I understand we had an emergency, we might say. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Lewis Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And anytime we speak about mothers, I have to vote yay, yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Lewis Essex, 4 pour.
Mr. Trudeau.
I'm voting in favor.
Trudeau, 4 pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 325. 325. Nays contre, 0 aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
We'll just ignore it. Nobody brings it to the agenda.
Very good. We'll proceed. Pardon me? For Mr.
This up. Daily routine of business, affaire courante ordinaire. Dépôt.
Tabling of documents.
Tabling of documents. It
is my duty to lay upon the table pursuant to subsection 41 of the Access to Information Act the Information Commissioner's report for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2022. Pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics.
It's my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 38(3.3) of the Public Service Disclosure Protection Act, the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner's report for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2022. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Thank you very much. That's tabled. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by minister.
Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member from Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to the motion adopted on Thursday, February 17th, 2022, regarding the invocation of the Emergencies Act and related measures. And I'd like to thank our clerk, Alexandre Roger, analyst Brett Capwell, Sylvain Fleury, Michael Lambert-Racine, Joël Mallow, the whole team of interpreters, technology, and staff of the committee, and of course, all the members of the committee for their dedicated work on this study and the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Voila. The Honourable Member from Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans entitled Traceability and Labelling of Fish and Seafood Products. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. I would also like to thank all the members of the committee for their work on this, the witnesses who appeared, and of course our translation people, our clerk, analysts for putting the report together for us in such a timely manner. And again, I want to thank the members for all their hard work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Report tabled. Still tabling reports. Presentation de report de comité. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages
report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage in relation to Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. And I just wanted to give specific thanks to all of the officials, the clerks and the interpreters who helped us with this extraordinary committee work as we went through clause by clause, but specifically to Mr. Philippe Mella, the legislative clerk. Thank you.
Any other? No. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Allison, seconded by Mr. Viersen, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Human Rights Act, the Canada Labour Code, and the Employment Insurance Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to introduce my bill, a bill that I believe is crucial at this point in time. I would like to thank my esteemed colleague from Peace River Westlock for seconding the bill. As a Canadian, I'm a firm believer in freedom. I believe in the freedom of Canadians to make their own medical choices. That's why today I'm introducing the Medical Freedom Act. The Act amends the Canadian Human Rights Act to add conscientious belief and medical history to the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination. The Act seeks to protect travelers from being banned because of their medical status. It protects employees from reprisals by their employers because of a medical choice. The Act also safeguards employees' EI benefits in the event that they are let go because of a medical decision they made for themselves. And finally, I truly believe this bill to be the start of more legislation and action that will seek to fortify our freedoms and enshrine them to never again be cast aside as they have been in this past year.
Mr. Allison, seconded by Mr. Viersen, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. And before I go on to the next one, I just want to remind folks that when you're in the antechamber on outside, to make sure you keep your volume down, because I know I'm hearing a lot of conversations from the outside of the chamber bleeding over into the inside of the chamber. So just a reminder to everyone. Mr. Redekop, seconded by Mr. Halan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, Recognition of Foreign Credentials. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great honour for me to rise and present my very first private member's bill in this House, the Recognition of Foreign Credentials Act. I'm bringing forward this legislation in my role as Deputy Shadow Minister for Immigration to help immigrant communities throughout Canada. This is an issue that I constantly hear about from newcomers to Canada, and it's something that I want to improve. Many newcomers to Canada have qualifications to do a particular job in their home country, but a combination of red tape, confusing rules, and licensing boards means they cannot practice their profession here in Canada. We all know the examples of doctors driving taxis, nurses working as nannies, or mechanics working as janitors. Mr. Speaker, the system for foreign credential recognition is broken. When newcomers to our country are denied the opportunity to practice their profession, it hurts them and their families. And it negatively affects the Canadian economy, individual businesses, and the welfare of all Canadians. One way to fix this process is by reducing red tape. By giving government the tools to bypass the red tape, the process could be expedited. My proposed legislation will give the government expanded regulatory authority in assessing foreign credentials. It will allow the minister to designate certain foreign education credentials as equivalent to Canadian ones. This will speed up and simplify the ability of a newcomer to work in their profession in Canada. As I've said, the largest barrier is red tape, and this bill will remove some of that complexity and confusion. Mr. Speaker, my legislation is one piece of the puzzle. It is not the whole picture, but it's a solid start. When combined with funding announcements, such as the one proposed by my friend, the future leader of the Conservative Party, the member from Carleton, this legislation will go a long way to resolving the issue. That said, I would ask all members of this House to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Redekop, seconded by Mr. Halan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Mr. Halan, seconded by Mr. Kitchen, moves that Bill S-245, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, granting citizenship to certain Canadians, be now read a first time. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today to move first reading on Bill S-245, an act to amend the Citizenship Act granting citizenship to certain Canadians. I first want to say a big thank you to my friend, Senator Yona Martin, for her leadership on this file and for introducing this bill in the other place, where it passed unanimously. It is an honour to sponsor this bill here in the House and raise awareness for lost Canadians. These are Canadians who had citizenship before they turned 28, but because of a bureaucratic mistake, they lost their Canadian citizenship and the rights that comes with being a Canadian citizen. While many amendments have been made to the Citizenship Act to restore citizenship to lost Canadians, there still remains many Canadians who have been left without citizenship. I want to thank my colleague and friend, the Honourable Member from Souris Moose Mountain, for seconding this bill, and for my colleagues who have already indicated their support for this very important bill. I hope that all members in this place will also unanimously support S-245 and restore citizenship to lost Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time?
Now.
At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Motion. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, during consideration of Bill C-14, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, electoral representation, at report stage later today, one member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party be allowed to speak for not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments, and at the conclusion of the time provided for debate, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the question on report stage motion number 1 be deemed put and negatived on division. The bill be deemed concurred in at the report stage on division and deemed read a third time and passed on division.
All those opposed to the Honourable Deputy House Leader moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Right, the motion is carried. To the next page. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, if there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that a take-note debate on global food insecurity be held on Thursday, June 16, 2022, pursuant to Standing Order 53.1, and that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, members rising to speak during the debate may indicate to the Chair that they will be dividing their time with another member, B, the time provided for the debate be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 12 periods of 20 minutes each, and C, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay.
D'accord. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté. Présentation de pétition. The presenting of petitions. The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a petition. This petition concerns the Tamil rights group's communication sent to the Office of the Prosecutor at the International Criminal Court under Article 15 of the Rome Statute. There is mounting evidence that the Tamil population in Sri Lanka was subject to atrocities that amounted to crimes against humanity and war crimes, particularly in the final stages of the civil war that ended in 2009. Parliament recently unanimously adopted a motion to make May 18th Tamil Genocide Remembrance Day, and the petitioners are looking to Canada, who is a state party to the Rome Statute, to refer this situation to the International Criminal Court. Thank you.
Before we go on, I see the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm raising a point of order to seek unanimous consent to finish routine proceedings before proceeding to private members' business hour.
The Honourable Member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House will now has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Therefore, we can continue. Petitions. The Honourable Member for Langford, Malahat. Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to present a petition to the House where the citizens who have signed it are calling upon the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada to enact just transition legislation. They want this legislation to reduce emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels by the year 2030. They want it to create new public economic institutions that expand public ownership of services and utilities across the economy. They want it to create good green jobs and drive inclusive workforce development. And finally, Mr. Speaker, they want this transition to be paid for by increasing taxes on the wealthiest and corporations and financing through a public national bank. Thank you.
Presenting the petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of one of my constituents in Whitby and signed by more than 12,000 Canadians from across Canada. Since 1982, more than 250,000 Canadian seniors have suffered the loss of pension income due to corporate insolvency. And with over 4 million Canadians depending on a defined benefit pension for their financial security and retirement, we cannot afford another pension insolvency like that of Sears or Nortel, which had a negative impact on the financial security of many seniors. This petition calls upon the government through the Department of Innovation, Science and Industry to work with all Canadian parliamentarians to undertake a direct consultation generating specific goals and timelines to ensure that vulnerable seniors receive 100% of their pensions that their employers have committed to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present petitions today. The first one is one that really drew my attention to something that we really need to focus on, which is that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission many years ago now called on the government to take action to deal with the judicial system and make sure it's cognizant of the challenges to Indigenous people in obtaining justice in this country. They hearkened back to a report from February 2013 when former Judge, the Honorable Frank Iacobucci, issued a report on what happens in terms of jury representation of Indigenous peoples. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action number 25 to 42 speak directly to this issue. So the petitioners call on the House of Commons to undertake and encourage the provinces to reform their jury selection system in order to ensure that an accused stands before a jury of their peers and not of people who have no understanding of their realities. Second, Madam Speaker, I present a petition from a group called the Physician Mothers of Canada. They call on the government to take seriously the warnings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that we are dangerously close to leaping past the important threshold of no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius global average temperature. They call on the House of Commons and the Government of Canada to eliminate fossil fuels, to move more quickly towards renewable energy, to eliminate single-use plastic, and to ensure that there is climate justice in the move away from fossil fuels. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I am here to table a petition on behalf of many people who live in the Powell River region of my riding. They are very concerned that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans has not increased community funding to hatcheries or made any adjustments since 1982. The reality is they just do not have the resources necessary to carry out the Pacific salmon enhancement, conservation, and education activities that they do so well with their very limited resources. So the petitioners are asking the Government of Canada to increase the annual contribution agreements to the Powell River Salmon Society and, of course, to ensure proper representation of coastal communities by DFO staff. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable députée de Pontiac.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, I rise today to table a petition that was initiated by the Regional Mothers Council in Pontiac regarding a request for funding to guarantee cell phone coverage that is adequate in all rural communities in Pontiac.
to thank the leadership of the Warden, Jane Toller, and every mayor and regional councillor for their amazing work for the community of Pontiac. And, Madam Speaker, they have my full support. Thank you.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's an important petition that I'm presenting today on behalf of over 100 Canadians from coast to coast to coast who are concerned about the companies who are based in Canada but are contributing to human rights abuses and environmental damage around the world. As you know, Madam Speaker, we're often seeing situations where human rights activists, environmental activists, are being tortured, killed, and intimidated. We've seen widespread examples of sexual violence, even slavery, on the site of Canadian-owned corporations. And so these undersigned petitioners are asking the Canadian government to put in place due diligence legislation that would require companies to prevent adverse human rights impacts and environmental damage, require companies to do their due diligence, and ensure a legal right for for people who have been harmed to be able to seek justice in Canadian courts. And I would add, Madam Speaker, that my bill C-262 does exactly that. And these petitioners are asking the Canadian government to push forward legislation like that. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government Health Leader.
Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Questions 523, 526, and 527. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 521, 522, 524, and 525 could be made orders for return, these would be tabled immediately.
Agreed? So agreed. So agreed. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Madam Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Read notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Sure. It being 5:37, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-288, Pension Protection Act, standing in the name of Ms. Gladue.
Debate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. That's what I have here. Mr. Garrett.
We're already on private members' business.
Yes, we are.
I wasn't expecting private members' business to happen so quickly, Madam Speaker, but it did. I know that the bill that's been introduced by the member from Sarnia-Lambton, I first want to express my support for her passion as it relates to this particular bill. I will say that this concept of the super priority in terms of making sure that those are put in the proper order has been something that I've been interested in since I first arrived in this House. I'm very interested to see this bill go to committee so that the committee can do the proper work and recommendations back to the House. I think that, what we've seen is unfortunately over time a shift in the way that corporations are treating their employees, quite frankly. We've seen, a number of corporations, and some even within my riding, declare bankruptcy, and as a result of doing that, giving themselves the ability to neglect on payments towards, in particular, pensioners. And I know that there was a group, I was very impressed by this just shortly after I was elected, a group from the Invista plant in Kingston, which was formerly Novelis. They manufacture, formerly, I believe maybe it was formerly, anyways, the Invista plant that manufactures nylon, a group of not the employees, but actually management came forward that wouldn't be affected by any legislation like this. A group that was led by Peter Strauss and some other individuals from my riding. They came forward as previous management of this plant on behalf of the employees who would be affected when decisions were made to allow companies to declare bankruptcy in these positions. And so I was very moved by that because it shows that there's deep concern. And quite frankly, I think we have to reflect on the fact that there are many pensioners out there that when they've been paying into a pension throughout their working career are quite frankly relying on this income at the end of their careers for their retirement. In many cases, individuals are limited with respect to how much they can contribute to RRSPs if they are actually expected to receive a pension that they're paying into. And so it should certainly not be the fault of the individuals, the employees, the pensioners, if a company declares bankruptcy later on after individuals have retired. One of the things that also really concerned me, and we saw this with some corporations back years ago, I think of Sears in particular, when they declared bankruptcy, what they had done prior to that is started to move assets into other companies, I don't want to say shell companies, but move, for example, buildings and land into other companies so that they could shield those assets from the bankruptcy and insolvency operations that would take place once a company had put themselves in that position. So I can certainly add, and I can see the frustration that individuals would have around circumstances like that. And I know that that individuals would be extremely upset to discover that this type of activity had been happening. But the reality of the situation is that our the model in which we allow these corporations.
Could the honourable member move his phone, please? It's interfering with it's vibrating, and thank you so very much. It's buzzing, and the interpreters have enough to deal with. Thank you.
I appreciate you stopping me for that. And as I was saying, is that I can appreciate the fact that if we set the environment for corporations to act in a certain way, they're going to act in that way. So if we make it allowable for corporations to be able to move assets around and basically skirt some responsibilities in the interest of profit, the default reaction, unfortunately, because there is a very little human element to the capitalist market or capitalist system, the very nature of it is going to encourage companies to do that. So, therefore, it falls upon government, quite frankly, and policy and lawmakers to set the proper environment to ensure that individuals are properly taken care of in circumstances like this. Now, having said all of this, I do know that I was part of a small working group a number of years ago where we were looking at and studying this issue. And I do know that there are some concerns out there. I don't particularly at this point necessarily agree with those concerns, but I do know that there are some around what this does to an individual corporation's ability to access financing from a bank. There are some out there that I recall having told us that it would make it more difficult to leverage capital. And so I realize that there are various different elements to this and variables that need to be considered. But I really do hope that at the end of the day, what we can focus on is making sure that the individuals who have, in good faith, relied on the institution, in this case their employers, to manage their retirement fund, do it in a proper way. And so, therefore, Madam Speaker, I look forward to this bill, continuing to go through the debate process. I'm personally in support of seeing this go to committee so that the proper studies can be done. And I look forward to hearing about that as it comes back from committee so that I can then inform myself to make a decision on how to vote for this. But I will say at this point, it's certainly something that I am very much interested in, given the comments that I've made to this point. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour for me to rise today to speak to Bill C-228, the bill from the member for Sarnia-Lambton. It's a very important piece of legislation. I'd like to pay tribute to my colleague from Sarnia for all the work that she does in this House. Madam Speaker, in theory, every elected official can present a bill at this House during a parliamentary session. But since we have short timelines, not everyone has the opportunity to do so. And each of us would have all sorts of ideas we'd like to present. But when a member, like the member from Sarnia-Lambton, has the opportunity to present a bill, that's an extraordinary opportunity. And I'd like to thank her sincerely for having selected this topic, because if this bill is adopted, and I have great hope that with what I'm hearing in the House here, that it will possibly be enacted, it will solve a great injustice, in my opinion. So, sincerely, thank you. Madam Speaker, in my riding of Joliette, My colleague who sits at the National Assembly is Véronique Dufont, and she announced that she will not run again at the next election after 14 years of loyal service in Quebec. And what I learned from her is that we can cross partisan lines and go beyond our party and petty politics and work together for the common good to change things. However, quite sincerely, each of us has this objective in this House to improve people's lives, and Bill C-228 from the member for Sarnia-Lambton is an example of this. As you know, Madam Speaker, in this bill, it amends the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act. We have to better protect pension benefits and funds for workers. When we have a situation where a company goes bankrupt, it's already a tragedy. If it's a family-run company, it's also a tragedy for the community and the family, and even more so for workers who depend on these jobs to earn a living. So any bankruptcy is a tragedy, obviously, but it particularly affects retirees. And that's what this bill aims to do, is to better protect pension funds in the event of a bankruptcy. We all remember in 2010, I believe, Whitehurst went bankrupt, and the workers who had worked hard their entire lives, these weren't easy jobs. They earned their salary as part of the middle class, and after all these years of loyal service for this company, they paid into a pension fund. And since this fund was undercapitalized, the company went bankrupt, and the workers who were retired lost roughly half of their pension. What a tragedy. They said, well, we're going to work hard, get up every morning, and earn a living, and when we're 65 years of age, we'll be able, for the last years of our lives, to slow things down a bit. And after having worked we'll be able to benefit from our savings with our pension fund. And then these people, overnight, had to tighten their belts. We know that when someone's retired, they have less money, and then they lost half of their revenues because this company went bankrupt. And what we learned at the time was that the pension funds are just ordinary creditors. So once the government taxes were paid and all the various creditors higher on the list were paid, there was nothing almost for the undercapitalized pension fund. And this is a real tragedy. These are terrible cases that we saw. So this bill, and from my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton, will strengthen protection and put pension fund creditors at the top of the list, or towards the top of the list. We want to make sure that pensions are paid. Another factor, when I talked about crossing partisan lines and working together, is the fact that the member presented this bill to the media with my colleague from the bloc, the member for Manicouagan. I'd like to thank her for this. We know in the 2015 Parliament that ran until 2019, the 42nd Parliament, my colleague in her riding saw the bankruptcy of Cliffs, which left several workers in the same situation, and the metallurgy union worked hard to make sure that not the entire pension would be lost, but still there were difficulties. What's different today, Madam Speaker, is that we're in a minority government. People have said, we want this party to be in power, but they will have to answer to all parliamentarians who are not, most of whom are not from the same political party. So it gives this Parliament strength. And it means that bills such as this one from my colleague will be able to be adopted. And the Liberals say, yes, we want to study it at committee. So at least it will make it to committee. And I hope we'll be able to go through the other stages and improve it. Obviously, there will be important work to do at committee. We'll have to answer questions and make sure everyone understands this legislation and that everything is done according to regulations. But I'm quite confident that we will be able to move forward. For the bloc, it's obviously very important. We've seen companies under federal jurisdiction will also be protected with the 1985 Act for pension benefit standards being amended. This will affect labor in Quebec. When my colleague from Manicouagan proposed her bill, we also raised the issue of collective creditors. This is not in this bill, but something we could study at committee. But as I said, once again, the principle is very honorable, and the member didn't have to present this bill, so I really pay tribute to her for doing so. I will have a question to ask at committee with respect to the possibility of transferring the retirement fund rather than liquidating it. We could also look at an employer insurance coverage that could cover some of the deficit in the pension fund. We know that when Capital Media went bankrupt, the various daily newspapers in Quebec that belonged to Capital Media saw workers lose their pensions. And this newspaper is based in Ottawa. The newspaper that's based in Ottawa will keep its pension fund. And because of this legislation, I think Quebec should take some inspiration from this way of doing things. So, Madam Speaker, I was saying there was white birch, and in my opinion, this is the first case that we saw in Quebec. And then, as my colleague from Manicouagan said, there was the case of cliffs on the north coast. So this was quite upsetting. And my colleagues wanted to have a closer look at this file. And then things continued with Capital Media. So there are cases like this. And I remember we were sitting here in this house with a member from Sarnia-Lambton when Sears went bankrupt. How many dozens and hundreds of families and workers will have to risk losing half or more of their retirement funds because the company that's going bankrupt undercapitalized its pension fund? In my opinion, it's our role as legislators here in this House to fix this issue by moving this creditor up the list. So, Madam Speaker, my time is over, so thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the member for Sarnia-Lambton.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here today and very pleased to be speaking to Bill C-228, which addresses pensions in the case of bankruptcy or insolvency. And for the NDP, this addresses something that has been a long-term concern for us. We know that pensioners, they are really made fragile when they lose a significant part of their pension. And we know that workers that work so hard for a company, spend their life dedicated, loyal, doing that work, when they lose their pension on the other side, or when they know they're going to lose their pension, it's absolutely devastating. And whenever I think of this, I always think of Pat Horgan, who was a former member of my constituency. He passed away several years ago, but I remember him sharing his story of his many years of dedication to Safeway, where he actually had to travel quite a distance to work there to support his family, spent many, many years of his life working really hard. And of course, his amazing pension, which really provided solid foundation for his family. He had a young son that he retired early to care for. He was making $2,700 a month. And when everything fell apart, his pension went from $2,700 down to $72 a month. This happens to Canadians in our country, and that is why these types of legislations are so important. And this is why we're holding on the government to support this, because they need to understand that when they put Canadians in that situation, when they tell companies that everybody is above the workers, that it really disenfranchises those folks and means that as they retire, they don't have that stability. So Pat, in his retirement, had to go back to work. He had to go back to work to support his family. And I remember him saying to me that he was grateful that he had the health and well-being to work, even though as he got older and older, it got harder and harder for him. I think that this is why it's so important that we're here today, because pensions are deferred wages. This is how we plan for our future and for our retirement. And when you get older, you have multiple challenges that you will face because you are aging. And if you do not have the pension that you work so hard for, and everybody else walks away with the money that they need while you're left in a fragile position where you have a lot of vulnerability, it's simply not fair. It's an injustice, it's unfair, and it finally needs to be dealt with. Worker pensions should not be at the bottom of the list. And I am so hopeful that this bill will get to where it needs to get, because it will take the steps that are much needed towards fixing this. And I have to be honest, Madam Speaker, I was a little worried in the very beginning if I would support this bill or not. There were some concerns that were very important that I had and that my caucus had, and they were brought forward to the member from Sarnia-Lambton, and I thank her for that. And happily, after some commitments and discussions and agreed upon changes, I want to thank that member for that important work, because it's going to allow this caucus to vote in favor. And because of this work, yesterday, together with the NDP member from Elmwood Transcona, the Bloc member from Magatugan, and of course the member from Sarnia-Lambton, all three opposition parties were able to announce their collaboration on this bill. And Madam Speaker, I have to take this opportunity, of course, to thank my dear friend, Mr. Scott Duvall, that was the former Member of Parliament for Hamilton Mountain, who worked diligently, both in the 42nd and 43rd Parliament, to get this work done. He introduced his own bill in the 42nd Parliament, and I know that he's worked so hard with the Bloc to get the bill through, and we did not see it get where it needed to get in the other place because of an election that was called without any reason. So this is why I'm so happy to have this discussion, because Scott Duvall committed his life. He had lived through this. He came from a union background. He had seen this happen, had worked and supported workers. He was absolutely dedicated. So I really respect the work that he continues to do and hope that this gets through the finish line. I know that he will be really happy to see that. So currently we know that our laws just leave workers behind. And I believe that this is extremely important, not only to amend the bankruptcy laws to assure that unfunded liabilities for pension funds are honored over both secured and unsecured creditors, but also to assure that the companies can no longer stop payment of retirement benefits during the bankruptcy proceedings. And this is another factor that's really important to understand. These long processes have such a profound impact in the short term and the long term for workers. And we know that when there is a significant loss within a community of a big organization or business, it really has a profound impact, especially on smaller rural and remote communities like those that I represent. And this is important because we know, and I'm seeing this right now in a little bit of a different circumstance in the Mill and Powell River, where folks are waiting to move on, but they're not getting any termination or severance pay. They're waiting and waiting for that. And we know that that's what happens as well right now now in terms of bankruptcy. People are waiting because all of the secured creditors get to go first. And there is a pattern for businesses in trouble to leave workers hanging and unable to bridge the gap and move forward in a meaningful way. So our federal laws really need to be improved to support workers. And that's the foundation of this for me. And I hope that it is for all of us as we vote on this. We have to make sure that in our country, workers are recognized. And all too often we have systems in place that really mean that workers stay poor while the people at the very top walk away with a lot of resources. And when people work hard for a company, when they wake up every day, they show their dedication and loyalty by showing up for work and helping that business grow their own resources, their own wealth. We have to make sure that when it gets tough, we don't leave those people behind. And I know for me, as a senior spokesperson for the NDP, I've spoken to many seniors who have had this experience and have significant challenges financially when they retire, and it can become very significant if they lose their pensions. So I have to say, though, one of the concerns that I do have for this bill is it doesn't really include protection for health care benefits during the insolvency process. This is concerning to me. I've talked to a significant amount of seniors in my riding who really struggle with health care costs. I was just talking to one not too long ago who was talking about the medication for diabetes and how hard it is for them to make ends meet now because they don't have any extra resources. We also know that as people age, dental care becomes more and more important and a huge deterrent to health. I've talked to seniors who struggle to chew any food, who are looking at blending food in their blenders to make sure that they get the healthy nutrients that they need. So one senior told me that she lost her pension because of a bankruptcy, and now she's in a position where she has significant dental work that needs to be done. She's trying to save up to it, and she keeps getting a reoccurring infection in her gums, and they're trying to make that work without her losing any more of her teeth. And so I just can't imagine being in this circumstance. So this is also an important part. We need to make sure that those things are put in place. And I know for the NDP, this is exactly why we are fighting so hard to get dental care around this country for low-income people, especially vulnerable people with health issues, persons living with disabilities, seniors, children. We need to make sure that people have an opportunity. And often when you lose your dental health, you lose so many other opportunities in your life. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, I really do look forward to having this bill go to committee for all of us to work together to amend and make some changes so that we can serve the workers across this country who build our communities, who pay their taxes, and do all that they can. We want to make sure that when they retire, they are protected. So hopefully we will get there, and I want to thank the member who brought forward this bill again for her hard work and her diligence and her ability to work across party lines. I think that's a real testament to some of the work that we do here in this place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to rise today to speak to this very important piece of legislation being tabled by my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton. Pension protection has been at the forefront of our legislature for what seems like years. Every parliament has various attempts to protect worker pensions from insolvency. They're tabled, and it seems like every parliament has this issue, which we all agree is important, but it dies on the order paper. Hopefully, C-228, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, pension plans and group insurance plans, and the Pension Standards Act, 1985, will finally see our legislature take concrete action to protect Canadian workers and their hard-earned pensions. C-228 amends the Bankruptcy Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act to ensure that claims in respect of unfunded liabilities or solvency deficiencies of a pension plan are accorded priority in the event of bankruptcy proceedings. It also provides that an employer has to maintain group insurance plans that provide benefits to or in respect of its employees or former employees. This area has particular importance to me, given my previous career as a financial advisor and current career as the official opposition shadow minister for seniors. Workers spend their entire lives building something for them to enjoy during their golden years. And C-228 is a big step forward in securing those years for future generations. This legislation builds off two previous pieces of legislation that was before this House, Bills C-405 in the 42nd Parliament and C-253 in the 43rd. C-205, which was tabled by my honourable colleague from Durham, was unfortunately defeated at second reading. The logic from the government, according to the now Minister of Justice, was that the, quote, proposed changes reduce the flexibility of courts based on particular situations and facts. These current flexibilities help to achieve the best outcome for the company and the pensioners, and they might conflict with important policy objectives, end quote. The NDP felt that the legislation did not accurately protect pensions. The following Parliament saw a little bit more progress on the file. The member from Macouginin managed to garner enough support to send her attempt to committee, despite opposition from the Liberals, who claimed the employee group benefit claims would be weakened and that could ultimately weaken companies in their ability to restructure and affect that sense of competitiveness of firms with respect to defined benefit pension plans as well as group insurance benefit plans, which would not necessarily help pensioners and workers in all cases. It has the potential to threaten the existence of defined pension plans. While the bill may not have been perfect, we're on this side of the House, we're willing to put the financial security of Canadians ahead of any partisan differences, and we pledge to send the bill to committee so that it could be improved. Over 7 meetings, and after consultation with dozens of witnesses and expert testimony, the bill was returned to Parliament, amended, and improved. The reason I bring up C-253 is because this legislation that we are speaking about here today is very much a spiritual successor to that earlier piece of legislation. The two pieces of legislation share a very large amount of the same text. What C-228 does is build on the very good work that was done on the file in the last parliamentary sitting by amending the Pension Benefits Standard Act, 1985, to empower the Superintendent of Financial Institutions to determine that the funding of a pension plan is impaired or that the pension plan administrator is at risk, and to set out measures to be taken by the employer in respect of the funding of the plan in such cases. Michael Powell, President of the Canadian Federation of Pensioners, said, "We support Bill C-253 and the extension of super priority to pension deficits. This is the simplest solution to meaningfully improve pension protection for Canadian seniors. In our Canadian regulatory environment, the only single place to protect pension is within insolvency regulations. This committee and Parliament face a decision between the status quo, which leaves seniors' future financial well-being at risk and perpetuates an unfair system designed to exclude seniors from protecting their own financial interests, an unfair system that has been proven to significantly harm older Canadians, and a new future that offers protection to vulnerable seniors." Mr. Hassan Youssef, President of the Canadian Labour Congress, was also supportive, saying, "The CLC, of course, supports Bill C-253, and I want to thank the members who voted to advance this bill." Madam Speaker, unfortunately, an election call meant the death knell of C-253. While the bill itself is dead, the spirit of cooperation among all parties that followed C-253 need not be. During debate over the legislation previous iteration of C-228, The former member for Hamilton Mountain called for support of the legislation, even though he himself had a similar piece of legislation tabled before the House, C-259. Unless I miss my mark, that legislation has been reintroduced in this Parliament by the member of Elmwood Transcona as C-225. And he has said, I feel strongly about the necessity of these protections put forward, so much that my bill, Bill C-259, contains equivalent measures to every article contained in this bill. I would like to let her know and the House know that I'm calling on my NDP colleagues to support the bill at second reading, and I hope to see it get to committee. I hope my honourable friend and his party will continue down the path of cooperation and multi-partisanship that his predecessor had. Madam Speaker, I mentioned earlier how I had a previous life as a financial advisor. I saw firsthand the complete destruction of livelihoods that tore through Hastings, Lennox, and Addington when Nortel and Sears went belly up. The financial security of nearly 37,000 Canadians went up in smoke overnight. These were terrible lessons that affected every single one of our ridings, lessons that we cannot continue to ignore. We, as a legislature, need to work toward protecting Canadian pensioners. We have before us a piece of legislation that has previously received support from the majority of parties in this House. A piece of legislation that, in fact, has been tabled by two separate parties. How often can you say that? A piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, that has already gone through the scrutiny of parliamentary committee and debate. So I would suggest here, Madam Speaker, and to my colleagues in the House, let's do the right thing and get C-228 into law and avoid the fate of so many other attempts to protect Canadian pensioners. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to thank my colleague, the member for Sarnia-Lambton, for having tabled this bill and being very open with the other parties and collaborative to work with all the opposition parties on a bill that we really think is important here in the bloc. I also want to pay tribute to my colleague, the member for Manicouagan, who has been working on the ancestor of this bill since 2015 with a great deal of effort. She did wonderful work. So once again, I'm paid tribute to my dear colleague. We're here to talk about C-228, which amends the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, as well as the Company Creditors Arrangement Act. These changes seek to ensure that claims on capital will be paid first, or deficits for pension plans, and will ensure that it helps retirees. And it ensures that there can be a kind of insurance paid by employers to ensure that contributions to the pension plan are therefore insured. In short, what this means is that the administrator of a pension plan, potentially underfunded, can transfer parts of the assets or the liability to another plan under some situations, including bankruptcy. The amendments also provide for the tabling of an annual report respecting the solvency of pension plans. First, I want to give some context. My honourable colleague, the member for Joliette, in fact, referred to this. I think one of the important things is, in the past form of the bill, is the bankruptcy of the American company Cliffs Natural Resources. The two Canadian subsidiaries in Bloom, Pointe-Noire, and Wabush were put under protection in 2015 under the Company Creditors Arrangements Act. And what that meant is that Cliff announced that it would reorganize its activities in order to end its operations in Eastern Canada. And this restructuring had serious consequences on the employees who worked for Cliffs, but also for these retirees who lost a large part of their pension and group insurance during the 42nd Parliament, that is between 2015 and 2019. My dear colleague, the member for Manicouagan, tabled the bill C-372 to protect employee pension plans. Although it was debated for just 1 hour, the bill, which sought to avoid injustice like the Cliff company employees experienced, did not occur again, and that other people would not lose their pension funds for which they had worked for their entire lives. Unfortunately, there was no further work, unfortunately, because the Liberal majority government then, at the time, did not implement it. Throughout the last Parliament, the Bloc Québécois worked very hard, along with the other opposition parties in particular, to protect pension funds, but unfortunately, it didn't bear fruit. In order to gain time, they had the minister move forward, but unfortunately, it didn't lead to anything. There was also the Sears bankruptcy and Media Capital Group. With the economic difficulties caused by the pandemic, there will be other bankruptcies. We need to protect the workers and ensure that in the case of bankruptcies, among other things, that they still have access to their pension funds, that their pension funds be there for them. I would like to quote now an important element of the press conference that my dear colleague from Manicouagan gave in cooperation with an NDP member and the member for Sarnia-Lambton. A retirement plan is a deferred salary, deferred wages. When a company decides to break a contract and pay its debts, there are two classes. All the opposition parties have worked to table legislation, and we have the opportunity as parliamentarians to get through quickly this legislative process in order to ensure that pension plans are protected as soon as possible. We have this opportunity, Madam Speaker, because this is a minority government. And for once, the opposition parties can come together, no matter what their political affiliation, to pass this bill. And this will really help workers. So, you will have guessed, it's not a surprise that the Bloc Québécois is in favor of the principle of the bill, C-228. Normally, these funds are considered, pension plans are considered ordinary creditors, and they get no priority. So the result is that retirees find themselves with really decreased pension plan. So C-228 seeks to protect pension plans in the case of a bankruptcy. During a company's restructuring under the Company Creditors Arrangements Act or under the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, C-228 makes them privileged creditors, as the Bloc Québécois bill proposed when it died on the order paper. However, this bill has one nuance that we're prepared to accept to pass the bill as a whole. It protects workers. It's an improvement on the current situation. Bill C-228 contains amendments on the 1985 Pension Benefit Standards Act, which wasn't in the Bloc's bill. This amendment only concerns federally regulated companies like telecommunications companies, banks, interprovincial transportation or international transportation companies. So it represents 3% of the population in Quebec.
Des éléments de souplesse à l'administrateur d'une caisse de retraite. Il permet à un employeur de souscrire à une assurance qui viendrait couvrir en totalité ou en partie le déficit de la caisse de retraite.
This provision would harmonize federal legislation with Ontario legislation. It's a good idea, and Quebec should draw inspiration from it. We saw a case when Capital Media went bankrupt where Ontario employees got more benefits than Quebec employees. This would enable the administrator of a retirement plan, rather than liquidating it when there's a bankruptcy, to transfer it to another plan. This might mean that there can be some benefits. We need to study it further. Globally, this bill represents an improvement to protect seniors. After all, the pension of a retiree is a deferred salary. As my colleague mentioned, there's no reason for a salary to be priority in terms of debts owed, but for retirement pension not to be. So, in summary, we need to do something about the situation. We need to guarantee financial security for retirees in Quebec and Canada.
L'ancien projet de loi,
the former bill, C-253, was tabled, and once again, this bill would enable us to get most of the positive measures in that former bill. So let's preach by example. We need to protect workers. That's more important than partisanship, and that's what we're doing today. Thank you.
Debate, débat. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to say, it's very encouraging to hear all parties in this House agree that this bill needs to go to committee. Over the last 10 years, there have been, I believe, multiple attempts from multiple parties to address the issue of pension protection in Canada. And we have seen countless Canadians impacted. They haven't received their severance. They've received pennies on the dollar. And so Bill C-228 will do three things. First of all, it will allow the annual report on the solvency of funds to be tabled here in the House. So it's a matter of public record. We know which funds are in trouble. And secondly, it provides a mechanism to transfer money into those funds without tax implications, to top them up, to restore them to solvency. That's really where we want to be. But in the case of bankruptcy, the bill also then puts the pensions in priority. So after source deductions and taxes, and suppliers can take back their goods, but before large creditors and unsecured creditors, that's where we've put the priority for pensioners to receive their due. I want to thank the member for Manicouagan and Elmwood Transcona for the many discussions that we've had on things that we need to do to the bill to try to address the concerns. The people that have spoken tonight, the member from Kingston and the Islands, the members from the Bloc, my own colleague from Hastings, Lennox and Addington, and even the member from Whitby who presented a petition in this House on pension protection. It just shows that the time is right for us to work together and get this right at committee. Now, some of the things that we're going to be working on and talking about at committee, cleaning up some of the clauses. There were a number of bills, each one of them had something in it that everybody didn't like. So when we were cleaning up part of the things we didn't like in the previous C-405, a couple of clauses sort of got left behind, so we'll get rid of those. The insurance idea is something people want to talk about at committee. Some people like that idea and some people don't. And then I think the NDP correctly raised the point that pensions are not the only consideration, that severance pay also has been something that people haven't received when companies are in bad shape, and that should go in at the same priority with the pensions, and I do agree to that. In terms of trying to make sure that we don't get the unintended consequences that the member for Kingston and the Islands was talking about, one of the things that is of concern is whether or not businesses can get adequate credit. And so we've allowed a different coming into force time. The reporting and the topping up of funds would be immediate, but we would give a number of years before the priority part of this bill would come into force. That would allow businesses time to get their house in order, and I would argue that if they can't get their act together, that really they are a greater financial risk, and so they should, pay the associated consequences to that. I'm happy to say that we've got support in the Senate if we make it out of committee and this bill goes to the other place, that there is support in multiple parties in the Senate from Senators Plett and Youssef and Dalfond. And also, we've got huge stakeholder support across the country, and there have been letters that have gone out everywhere from Mike Powell and the Canadian Federation of Pensioners, CARP, and a number of other stakeholders that have come forward. So I am encouraged by what I've heard today. I know that this is what Canadians want us to do. They want us to work together, have the discussions, and work collaboratively. I am certainly, as the twice-named most collegial parliamentarian, it is my pleasure to do that kind of working together across the aisles. And this is important for seniors in our country. It's important for people that work their whole lives. And we can do something great in this moment. And so I just encourage all colleagues and all members of this House to support C-228. Send it to committee. Let's work together. Let's get this done for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Ms. Gladue, seconded by Mr. Lewis. Essex moved that Bill C-228, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, and the Pension Benefits Standards Act 1985, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
A member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 22nd, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure if you canvass the House, you'll find consent to see the clock at 6:30.
Agreed? Agreed. So, orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government orders. Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-14, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, electoral representation.
There is one motion in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-14. Motion number 1 will be debated and voted upon. Je vais maintenant soumettre la motion.
I will now submit motion number 1 to the House.
Well, Ms. Gladue, yes. Mr. Kimmich, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moves that Bill C-14 be amended by deleting the alternative title. Debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Donc,
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As always, it's a privilege to rise to speak in this House on behalf of my constituents. I'll try to be very brief and won't take up all of my time. I'm sure that the other members will be happy to hear that. This is regarding setting the borders of electoral districts. And I think we all agree that we don't want a province in our beautiful country to lose a seat after the 10-year census. Once a province has lost a seat in the House of Commons, we know that that long ago there was a point when a territory was redistricted and we know that that's when a territory was redistricted and became the third territory of our country, so I don't count that. But regardless, electoral redistricting is a process that takes place essentially every 10 years, and it's been done since the beginning of our country in 1867. By reviewing previous parliaments, I noticed that in only 2 cases has there been a reduction in the number of seats between 2 elections. and many modifications were made. Essentially, before the 70s, changes to seats was very different from the way we do things now. And just to be even more specific, this provision in this bill, as I said before at second reading, as I said before, it's about looking at the situation of the acquired rights provision, which is now coming forward to this Parliament, and now we're debating on my amendment. But essentially, the 85 provision about acquired rights was that no province could lose a seat that it had in 1985. And now the government is proposing to bring that over to the 43rd Parliament, and of course I agree. Now, the three provinces with the largest amount of growth in our country are BC, Alberta, and Ontario, and even with this change, they will continue to be underrepresented in this House of Commons. That will not change. BC with 32 seats, Alberta with 29, and Ontario. And we know that overall, this means that there's an underrepresentation. And so Ontario will be the most underrepresented province in our House of Commons, even with the changes that have been made. These changes were proposed in 2012. I'll call it the Harper formula. And the formula continues to be used by this government because I think there was a lot of good in those changes. And I think that for me as an Albertan, it meant that our province, thanks to Mr. Harper's formula, has 9 further seats in this House. So we're much closer to representation by population. And a lot of Albertans want us to be fully represented, and I think we're only half a percentage point away from being represented. BC will also continue to be underrepresented with 12.5% of seats, but 13.68% of the population. So even with the acquired rights clause that will be moved from 1985 to the 43rd Parliament, I think over the next decades, Parliament will have to look at this again in order to ensure that there is more balanced redistricting. Toward people in the West, we need to ensure that it's balanced because the population of the West is growing. And Ontario, the biggest province in this country, was the biggest province when Confederation occurred, and it continues to be the largest. And Toronto will certainly continue to be the largest city in our country. So each time there is redistricting in this House, Toronto will have the greatest gain when Ontario is asked how many seats it should have. And I think that every time there's redistricting, there's a tension between members who represent big cities and those who represent towns and rural regions. And we know that there are many different electoral commissions who are doing work that have produced maps and reports. In BC, in Alberta and Saskatchewan, I think Manitoba has not yet reported, neither has Ontario. And in Quebec, we know that they're waiting, and we know that in the other place, the Senate will consider the matter. And in the Atlantic area, I think only Nova Scotia has maps that have currently been published, and it's leading to a great deal of debate. Because representing villages or towns is very different. I have colleagues who represent regions where there are 20 mayors, 30 administrative councils, and I don't have even one. And as I said in this House, until 2019, I didn't even have a secondary school in my riding. Even though I had the biggest riding in Calgary, there wasn't a public, private, or Catholic, or charter secondary school. The first opened just before the pandemic. I think some of my colleagues may be shocked to hear that in a big city like Calgary, there could be a riding where there was no secondary school. That's changed, but I still only have one. I have colleagues who on Remembrance Day, they have 10 or 15 events to go to, but I have no Legion in my riding. So it's two very different situations. Being a member in a big city like Calgary, Vancouver, Edmonton, from being a more rural MP. And that leads to different strategies in order to represent constituents properly. As I said at second reading, but I will repeat that. On October 29th, I wrote an article that I sent to my constituents who have subscribed to my newsletter. I'm using the Anglicism in French. I have about 8.5 thousand constituents who have subscribed to the articles I send out on Fridays. And I said that if the Liberal government was proposing changes to the way that redistricting is done and how seats are assigned in this House, I will ensure that I speak on behalf of representation of my population, because we know that in the Canadian West it's very important. From the beginning, when Alberta was accepted into Confederation created by this Parliament, well, at the beginning we had 7 seats at the beginning, just like BC. And since then, we've grown like all provinces. There are 4.3 or 4.4 Albertans in our country, or rather in our province. I almost said country. We are a distinct society, as I often say, and I know my Quebec colleagues will appreciate that. And I know that there's a link with the debates in the 80s and 90s in Quebec and Charlottetown and the Constitution debate. But I want to do what I promised my constituents, which is in future when there is redistricting for this House of Commons, we need to ensure that Parliament seriously considers the matter of representation by population for people in the western part of Canada. It's very important. We can't have a country where Canadians from Western Canada are underrepresented. A small difference is one thing. If it's just half a percentage point, sure, that's reasonable. But we don't know where the Canadian population will be moving over the next few years. We don't know what the economy will be like. We don't know whether some regions of the country will be more desirable than others. I'm sorry, I say I only have 1 minute left, so I did end up using all my time. So, once again, this is a minimalist bill that reduces changes, and I support this bill.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments, honorable député de Pierre-Boucher.
The honourable member for Pierre-Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which was made entirely in French, and I think that's remarkable. So what I took away from the speech was what he was saying about representation by population, and I couldn't help but think back to when Quebec joined the rest of Canada, when it joined Upper Canada after the Patriots Rebellion, and when Quebec got equal political power, equal political weight to the rest of Canada. So there was a recognition of the fact that there were 2 nations, the French-Canadian nation and the English-Canadian nation for Upper Canada overall, and that they needed to have equivalent weight. But that has changed. When did it change? When there came to be greater population in the rest of Canada than in Quebec. That's the only reason for it. So I'd like to hear from my colleague, because John A. Macdonald's vision was that when Quebec started having less weight, well, then the rules of the game could be changed. Although, just a few years later, we had Brian Mulroney, who said we should leave a stable 25% for Quebec no matter what happened in the future. So I'd like to hear whether my colleague agrees more with Macdonald or Mulroney.
J'aimerais juste rappeler le député que le 25% des sièges dans la Chambre des communes qui avait été...
I'd just like to remind my colleague that when we're talking about the 25% for Quebec, that was in the Charlottetown Agreement, which was voted on in a referendum, a national referendum, and 58% of Quebecers voted against that.
And second, just as a reminder, don't blame the Albertans for the errors of Ontario residents.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the member for his speech and for some of what he's had to say about the importance of representation by population. It made me think of something a little more recent than the Constitution Act of 1867, which are the rules for the Conservative leadership race, which of course are not representation by population, but each riding in the country, no matter where it is, and no matter how many members there are in that region and in those ridings, are accorded an equal number of points. In fact, I believe those points are distributed on a proportional basis, which is a debate perhaps for another time. But I wonder if he feels the Conservative leadership should be put on hold until they have a representation by population system in place for their party.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Well, it's a wonderful question, Madam Speaker, to be asked for Member Elmwood-Trescott. I don't think they used proportional voting either in their own party, but I will mention this. My colleagues know me to be a contrarian, and perhaps it will surprise the member for Elmwood-Transcona that I actually voted in the 2003 merger between the Canadian Alliance and the Progressive Conservative Party of Canada, and I was a young Canadian Alliance activist, and I voted no.
I'm just reminding the honourable members that partisan politics are not the business of the House, but let us proceed. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we're an honourable member who has seen a lot of the country and certainly understands what is taking place. But I'd just like to talk to him somewhat about representation by responsibility, and he did mention it when he talked about the size of his riding and compared it to some of the rural ridings that we see all around the country, but certainly in Alberta, where in one riding you could have 40 different municipalities that you have to be responsible for, and yet plus it may take you hours or days to get there and back. And I'm just wondering if you could comment on how that also tends to affect the ability for members of Parliament to be able to represent their communities.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I'd like to thank the member for the question. Of course, I did mention it. There have been Supreme Court decisions and lower court decisions on this. In Canada, what's most important is what's called effective representation. And in court decision, that's been the way to nuance the representation by population, which were the great debates that led to eventual Confederation in 1867. But the courts have found that effective representation is a concept that goes beyond that. Can a member of Parliament effectively represent their communities, which isn't just a number on a map and including a whole bunch of communities. Can they get around, listen to their constituents, and then report back to Ottawa, which is the way it's supposed to work, as opposed to what's often done here is you stay in Ottawa, then you report back how good Ottawa is to your place of origin, and it should be the other way around.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I much would prefer to be in Ottawa making these comments, but it's nice that we have the hybrid. It enables me to speak on the floor of the House while I'm here in Winnipeg. Having said that, we're in interesting debate in regards to C-14, and I'm not necessarily surprised that we would see an amendment at this stage. One of the things that I have found over the last number of months is at times we get legislation that one would naturally think would flow through the House of Commons, that it would be relatively minimal debate, and we would get it through second reading, going into committee. I don't see this as controversial legislation. I believe that most, if not all members, not exactly sure where the block actually fall on the legislation. I would hope that they would support the province of Quebec getting a guaranteed number of seats. But at the end of the day, I like to think that it's the type of legislation that should ultimately pass through. Was it necessary, for example, for us to have an amendment? I don't think it is, not a report stage amendment. I think that when you get relatively non-controversial legislation where it appears that everyone is going to be voting in favor, that rather would have seen a debate on something like, let's say, C-21. The issue of guns and the and safety of Canadians is of top of mind for a lot of people. But true to form, what I have found is that the Conservatives, whether it's good, rather uncontroversial legislation such as C-14, or if it's controversial legislation or potentially controversial legislation, that the Conservative have one approach in dealing with the government's agenda, and that is to prevent it from ultimately passing. So having said that, I do want to recognize a number of points in regards to C-14. Having had the opportunity to speak on the legislation in the past, I want to be very specific on a few things. One is the need for the legislation. I think it's important that we recognize that, as has been pointed out, that there are shifts that take place of Canada's population for a wide variety of different reasons. One could talk about things such as job opportunities, whether it's transfers, whether it's an allurement to one area over another area, whether it's just people wanting to move to maybe a warmer climate, or in my case, they want to come to a nice cool climate. There's people change their ridings, and as they relocate. Immigration is such a huge factor. Over the years, Canada continues to grow in good part because of immigration to our country. We're very much dependent on immigration. Our birth rate is, in fact, going down. So as we grow as a nation overall in terms of population, there is shifting that is natural that occurs. It comes also in the form of immigration. As a result, every 10 years, there's an obligation through an independent mechanism. And I really want to emphasize it really and truly is an independent mechanism that ensures that the ridings reflect the changes that we have seen based on census material. So no one was surprised at all that we were getting a report this year, because it was anticipated that we would be getting a report 10 years after we received the last report. Going forward, we will continue to receive every decade recommendations coming from Elections Canada through the Commission as to the need to change boundaries and possibly add constituencies or do some shifting. And that's in essence why we have the legislation today, because of the change in populations, and in particular within the province of Quebec, the need for us to establish a floor, a minimum number of seats for the province of Quebec. Doing it this way prevents us from having to do a constitutional change where you have a 750 formula in order to enact a change. I think it addresses in most part the biggest concerns that members of Parliament on both sides, on all sides of the issue, have, as we recognize how important it is that the province of Quebec not lose any seats. And that's the reason why I suspect that the legislation will ultimately pass, hopefully unanimously inside the House. Back in November, you will find that there was the establishment of these 3-member commissions. We have a national commission, and the commission establishes individual commissions in our province of 3 people. And through those commissions, they all have a responsibility. That was done late last year, back in, I believe it was November, Madam Speaker. Those commissions all then have a responsibility to ultimately develop the new boundaries, whatever they might actually look like. They're to sit around, take a look at the numbers and the maps, and try to provide boundaries or new boundaries that we could be running in the next federal election on. Each commission operates independent. So Manitoba, for example, has a 3-member commission, and they operate independently of other aspects of Elections Canada and political entities, different stakeholders, community members, and so forth. So it's important to emphasize that they are, in fact, independent. But one of the jobs they're tasked with is in developing those boundaries is they have a timeline. And that timeline is quickly approaching where they need to provide boundaries. Here's what a draft, if I can put it, a draft of the boundaries. And this is why, one could be very concerned in regards to the dragging of C-14. The people that are paying the price of the House of Commons dragging its feet on the passage of this legislation, I would ultimately argue, are the people of Quebec. Because we know that we want to see that minimum number of seats for the province of Quebec, and we have consistently said that from day one, Madam Speaker. As you'll recall, when the National Commission initially made the recommendation, it was an immediate response coming from not only my Quebec colleagues, but as a caucus as a whole, that under no circumstances could we allow the province of Quebec not to have the 78 seats. So, Madam Speaker, until this legislation passes, the commission, that 3-member commission in the province of Quebec, kind of has their hands tied, at least in good part, as other commissions can continue to move forward, drafting the boundaries, because the boundaries will change from within the different provinces. There will be tweaks in the city of Winnipeg. Will Winnipeg North grow more to the north, or will it grow more into the inner city? This is something in which I wait with bated breath and in hopes that we will see some changes that the community will in fact support. Because once they finish that draft, then they've got to make it public. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Then they have to make it public. Once they've made it public, it stays public to have some public hearings, which have to take place before the end of October, because come mid-December, they actually have to finalize the report. So that's why it's so critically important that we pass this legislation so in particular, the commission in the province of Quebec can finalize a draft so that they can go to the public. The public in turn can provide their input so that the commission can then provide that final draft by the end of the year. It's an independent process, and that's why I'm supporting C-14, and we hope that all members would support it. Its quick passage. I see my time.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Les Patriotes Verts. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening to my colleague's speech attentively, and we often hear him talk, but this time it was interesting to see there was really something there to say. And I apologize, Madam Speaker, I was interrupted. But what I wanted to say in his speech overall, what you can retain is that, look how good we are, how kind we are, we're being charitable with the bloc. You're going to lose 1 seat less. Well, that's something. I'm wondering, because this parliament recognized Quebec as a nation. This is supposed to mean something. Yet, in census after census, obviously, Quebec's proportion with respect to Canada is going down, but with every redistribution, Quebec's percentage of seats goes down. We're supposed to be a country and be independent, so I'd like to know what my colleague has to say. What argument did he give Quebecers when they say they're supposed to be a Quebecer, and they're always reducing our percentage?
Secretary?
Well, Madam Speaker, the first thing I would say is that the Government of Canada responded virtually immediately, recognizing that we do not want to see the province of Quebec diminished in terms of numbers of seats. And that's why we have the legislation, even though other opposition parties might see fit to try to delay it or even possibly cause some confusion on it. You got to remember what the Bloc are proposing would require a constitutional change, and I don't believe for a moment that Canadians are open to having a round of constitutional debates and discussions on this issue, along with the many other issues that will come out of any sort of discussion on constitutions. I think the most important thing to recognize here is that if we want to support the people of Quebec going through this independent process, is allow them the opportunity to have the basic number of seats and let the Commission do the work it needs to get done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, for a member with such a long track record of service in this place, I have a very broad question for him because I know he's got a lot of knowledge. But this is a complicated thing to do to figure out how to best represent our neighbors given the geography of Canada and how far we are spread out. Could he maybe just expand on the importance of ensuring that both from a size of riding perspective and a population perspective, how that representation is important, because of course we are representing people, but we're also representing territory. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a wonderful question, and maybe one of the things that I could add to the debate is by saying that we all want to have fair and representation for the people and the communities in which we represent. Here we're talking about the independence of Elections Canada. We could just as equally be talking about the important services that members of Parliament or elected officials provide to their constituents through the resources that are provided to them through the House of Commons. For example, the members' allowance, frequency of traveling, how convenient we make it for members to be able to participate. There's a wide spectrum of things that complement, I believe, a member's ability to be able to represent the communities in which they have found themselves elected in. And I think that this was the type of discussion that would be very fruitful going forward, Madam Speaker.
Very short question from the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention this afternoon. One of the questions I had follows up on his response to his colleague. One of my colleagues is the member for Nunavut, and of course she represents more land mass than any other parliamentarian in the world. And it's very difficult, I know, for her to reach all of those communities. I wonder if he could elaborate on ways that we could support members of Parliament in this place that have very, very large ridings that are expected to work in very, very a much more challenging situation than myself in an urban riding.
Parliamentary Secretary in 20 seconds.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and I think this is one of the reasons why when we talk about how members can best serve their constituents in terms of presentation or physically, one of the things that I've learned over the last few years is the importance of the internet and the important role that technology can play in terms of ensuring that there's a heightened sense of equity and fairness in enabling people to be fully engaged and participating. A hybrid's an excellent example of that, something that we should be keeping in some form or another.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak to Bill C-14 today. I'd like to start by giving you some context about the issue and about that this bill seeks to rectify. First, every 10 years, the Chief Electoral Officer presents a new redistribution of seats, and every 10 years, some things are repeated. There are events that will always come up again. And one of the factors that comes up every time is the fact that Quebec loses, in terms of percentages, the number of seats it has in this House. I looked at the figures very carefully, and from 1977 up into 2015, we went from 36% of seats, and then the number continues to go down. So this is always the case. And with a new redistribution of seats, what did we see? We went from 23.1 to 22.5% of seats. My colleague from Villers-Boucher, he's brilliant. He's a pioneer in the Bloc Party, and he said something extraordinary. I see that there are Conservatives that are saying, I'm brilliant too, but okay, be patient. Everything's possible. We're giving you a blue olive branch. But anyway, let's go back to the question at hand. Before it was Quebecers, before we were a Francophone nation that had a majority, well, we said then they had a majority and we'll give you half of the seats. But then, as soon as it didn't suit them and we became more numerous, we had often had very large families with 14 or 15 children. And then, in 1977, they said we have to change things. We're going to use proportional representation. And then they said, look, we'll look at the population, we'll give you the number of seats based on the new province populations. And then we went down to 23%. They institutionalized our minority status in Quebec. And this was the political heritage of Lord Durham. And obviously, in the usual setting, we lose a percentage of seats, but there's something new recently. In addition to having less of a percentage of seats, we're also losing one seat. And that's something, Madam Speaker. We went from 78 to 77 seats. And now the Bloc fought against this, and as did others with great reason. And even other provinces said, well, that's a bit much. And then we started to speak out because we hadn't seen this since 1976. So perhaps we shouldn't do this, they said.
Take action. You know, when you want to drown someone in the pool, it looks stupid to hold your hand over the person's head and to put them underwater, because what is stupid is to raise the water. What is less crazy is to raise the water in the pool gradually. And that's how an entire nation will die in silence. And that's what is planned for Quebec. And that's what's going to happen, Madam Speaker. The fact that Quebec has an official common language, which is French, is an exploit. It was impossible. Even for the French who dropped us in 1960, it was impossible. When they left and abandoned us, they said, we're going away. It's not going well here. Now it's the English who will take care of you, and the priest, and they left. And then they said, after one generation, these people all speak English. 200 years later, you have a French general who showed up, de Gaulle. He came and he was still speaking French. That was an exploit. At some point, because of rising against all odds, against a situation that was becoming insupportable, we needed help for our nation to remain strong and to prosper and for the nation to survive. Why? Because we are better? No. We are not better than the rest of Canada. We are different. And what is beautiful about this is that our differences are good. I like going to Toronto. It's not my place, but I like that. It's not my home, but I like that. When we came here last year and we said, Quebec is a nation, you joined us. I was impressed. We thought we'll fight harder than that. It's true that there was no unanimous adoption, but there was a majority. You agreed that we were a nation. Now, we have the MP. I don't want to mention names, but it's unbelievable what we have here. The numbers keep increasing. Listen, we are a nation. People said, yes, Quebec is a nation. And then the guy from British Columbia, a conservative MP, said, British Columbia is a nation. I don't know. Prove it. Explain it to us. Come up with a motion so we can discuss it. And then his friend also rose up and said, yeah, we're also a nation. I will not cite his name. He said Alberta was a nation. Let him convince us. But Quebec is a nation. We have a different language. Well, it's not a problem if you don't have a different language. We have a different language. We have a different culture. I could cite authors that we have that you will not know. And the leaders are trying to make us know that their own people are important. It's not bad. At some point, we need explanations. There's someone who had won trophies, and we had to explain to Canada who Jean Loulou was. He had won many trophies. It's only normal we are not the same. The economy is different. Our economy is based on other aspects that you have not developed as much as we have. You are different. Your history is different. Madam Speaker, 1755, the history teacher came and he explained that was the time when the Abraham Plains were defeated. And on the other side, and others will say it was the victory of the Abraham Plains. I would say two things to my colleagues who say the other provinces are a nation as well. The current Prime Minister, when he was elected, he said he was happy, arms in the air, that Canada will be the first post-national country. And there are people who say that the different provinces are nations. I would say your leader said you were no longer a nation. It was all over. My last word, Madam Speaker, I don't want to continue speaking this way, but I can tell you this. Someone told me one day, without ill feeling, that all it takes is for the first guest to leave, for the others to follow. And last week, I heard the guy from British Columbia say, we are also a nation, Alberta is a nation. I will say you very friendly, in a very friendly manner and with love, why don't we make Canada a real confederation? As a sovereign state, we will be able to manage all that happens within our boundaries. And we can then better manage economic interest. And we'll have the same currency. Instead of meeting to explain why we are different, we'll be meeting to explain what unites us. And that is what I want, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, this bill doesn't correspond to what we wanted. It's a half measure, a half victory, or a half defeat, depending on your stance, whether you're pessimistic or optimistic. Charlottetown proposed we will have needed a floor of 25% for us to have 25% representation here in the House for Quebec. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to listen to my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. And I tell him sincerely, without scolding him, because he mentioned something that should remain confidential when leaders meet. So I'm scolding him severely. But I would like to pay him tribute because we share an opinion which he explained in a spectacular manner. The names of ridings are too long. So I'll call on decision makers in the House of Commons to learn from the Quebec model, because we have only two names. The max is two names. So learn from Quebec, Madam Speaker. The MP, a while ago, expressed the desire. He talked about the grace that we should meet as a confederation of sovereign states. The primary objective of this MP is to make Quebec a country, an independent country. It's all good, Madam Speaker. There's a solution for that. On next 3rd October, Quebecers will have the opportunity to choose a new government. The current government may remain. I'm not making presumptions. What we suppose is that a party whose primary objective is to gain independence through a referendum during the first mandate. Why does the MP not run for the Parti Québécois? Honorable Member of the Prairie, let's come back to the topic. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure for me to listen to him. We've known ourselves for very long. You can't ask a good defender to go play as an attacker when he's a good defender. I'm here to defend Quebecers while waiting for the big day, and that's our mission. We are defending the interests of Quebec. We explain what Quebecers need. We are explaining the values of Quebecers. We are explaining the political values of Quebec. So we are here to defend the interests of Quebec, and that's something we need to do till the big day. There are people in Quebec who are attackers and who will be there to make sure that most Quebecers someday finally say yes after hearing no for many years from the federal government. Someday they'll be more positive. I'm the Bob Biol of Canadian politics. I will have to interrupt the clock and remind the MP that there are many Quebecers in this House. Questions and comments?
The honourable, yes, the honourable, yeah, I saw the honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that during his speech, the member from La Prairie said, a member from British Columbia said that British Columbia wants to be a nation. That's not correct, because I think that the member of the Prairie is talking about me. It's the member of La Prairie trying to summarize my position said that I wanted British Columbia to be a nation. Could the member from the Prairie clarify his position? Thank you. The honourable member from La Prairie. Listen, Madam Speaker, I would apologize. It's true that other Quebec members of Parliament were the only ones who don't make compromises, and we are not in a caucus. We are not in a Canadian caucus, but in a Quebec caucus. So if you want to have the pure sound of a symphony without distortion, listen to the members of Parliament of the Bloc Québécois. That's my proposal. Last thing, yes, it's my colleague. His name is impossible to remember, but I would like to greet him. I love him very much. But listen, the last time he came to discuss this bill, he said British Columbia was a nation. Well, I simply repeated his words. And I call on him once again. If you think that British Columbia, well, I tell you, I'll go there next year. Yes, we're going to British Columbia, and I'll go and discover this beautiful part of the country. But I want him to explain why it's a nation.
The honourable member for Saanich-Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my dear colleague from La Prairie. I am in favor of C-14. I think almost everyone here is in favor of this bill. The debate for me, well, I remember the debate on the Charlottetown Agreement. At that time, I was invited by others in our civil society to campaign together in favor of the Charlottetown Agreement. But at the same time, I was inspired because we had a real movement by our people on the ground against the Charlottetown Agreement. My question is not a simple one, but I would like to ask, is there a solution? For efforts being made to find a constitutional solution. For my colleague from La Prairie, which really works for Quebec. Madam, the member for Prairie, 15 seconds. Madam Speaker, it's always very hard with me. I'll try to summarize. The solution for this problem, because Quebec has many problems with its values and its needs in the Canadian Federation. I will be quick, Madam Speaker. We need a minimum threshold with a percentage to make sure that Quebec has the same representation percentage in this House. We don't need to reopen the Constitution. We don't need a 50%. Patrick Torion, a well-known constitutional expert, came in committee and said we don't need that. I don't have enough time. I would have told you that we have the Supreme Court recognized the right to remove some clauses, acquired rights, Senate rights, the Quebec rights. We need to resume debates.
Elmwood Transcona.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to contribute to the debate this evening on Bill C-14. For a long time, the NDP has supported the principle that Quebec should maintain proportionality with its seats at the same level. It's not the situation here in C-14, but we think that this bill is important for us not to step back so that we can have a debate on proportionality. So that's the value of this bill, and it's urgent because there's redistribution of electoral districts, and I think that we need to take a decision to make sure that the new seats in this process reflects the number of seats that we all want to see Quebec have in this process. It's urgent. We need to make a decision. It will not be a perfect decision, but it's a good decision given the context.
We've heard a lot about representation and some of the important principles that already undergird the Canadian electoral system. We know that in the House of Commons already, that representation by population isn't the only consideration. Of course, we know, just for example, that provinces can't have less seats in the House of Commons than they have in the Senate. That's already a departure from representation by population. We know that rural areas tend to be weighted differently in order to ensure that there continues to be a strong rural representation in the House of Commons beyond what representation by population would dictate. Those are just a couple of examples of the way in which representation by population is not the only way that we determine representation in Canada. And so there are certainly precedents for looking at other departures from representation by population. And sometimes people get quite animated in this place about those debates. So we just saw an example of that. And we've seen examples from folks in other parties as well who get pretty animated. We've seen some very spirited defenses of representation by population, particularly from some of the Western Conservative members, and that's fair enough. We come here to represent our constituents and the points of view that people have on these matters, and they're rightly an object of concern. I do think it's important to try and have these debates with a little bit of humility, though, because they are very important and foundational debates. So, for instance, I look at the current Conservative leadership race, and I note with interest that in their own system, representation by population is not the rule. And fair enough, different parties do that differently. In the NDP, we have a one-member, one-vote system. We don't have any kind of weighting. In the Conservative Party, they've chosen to have a weighting. That's something that defies representation by population, presumably for good reason. And I'm not saying they shouldn't do that. I'm not saying that they should. What I'm saying is that they've made a choice to forgo strict representation by population because presumably they think it matters to try and have a proportionate weighting of voices from across the country in the selection of their leader. Also, when we talk about representation in this place, we sometimes talk about the voting system we have. And I've heard Conservatives take very strong positions on that, defending the balloting system that we have, defending the first-past-the-post system that we have. I note with interest, I believe that, and folks can correct me in the Q&A if I'm wrong, but that they're going to have a preferential ballot in the Conservative leadership race, something that they're very much against in other contexts, but have seen appropriate for their leadership. And not only are they going to have a preferential ballot, but they're going to have a preferential ballot that informs a proportional system, because leadership candidates will get a number of votes within their riding association proportionate to the percentage of votes that they got out of that system. And then presumably based on the alternative ballot, as some people fall off, then those votes will be redistributed within that riding to through that point system successively until they elect a leader. And I note also that they're doing this uniquely by mail-in ballot, which is something I listened to many Conservatives talk about in a filibuster at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee in the last Parliament, where they were very clear that they felt mail-in ballots led to fraudulent electoral outcomes. And so here we are, we have a Conservative Party that is using a preferential ballot in a non-representation by population system to have proportionate outcomes in a mail-in process, which is why I encourage us to speak to these issues here in the House with some humility. Because I think, in fact, depending on the context, various members do support different kinds of electoral principles. And I think it's why we should be able to have this conversation in a responsible way, in the way that I think Canadians would expect mature adults to try and have those conversations, not to demonize each other because of the kinds of positions that we're putting forward, but to try and hear what is important and of value in the other person's position, and then try to hammer out a compromise, as was the case originally in 1867. There were compromises made. They didn't satisfy everyone at the time, but that managed to move the Canadian project forward. And there have been many compromises since that haven't been perfect, certainly haven't pleased everyone. But Canada has been a constant activity and a constant project of trying to seek consensus and agreement. And as difficult as that is, I think it's actually Canada's strength. We live in a world right now that's rife with conflict. We live in a world right now where people are choosing to end conversation and negotiation in favor of polarization and violence. And one of the things that I think has been great about Canada, for all its many faults, because it's not a perfect place, has been its ability to even among very, very different peoples, different languages, different cultures, different histories, has been to find a way to take on these important questions of political representation and find a path towards compromise. We have a lot more work to do. We have work to do in the case of Quebec that continues to see its proportion of seats decline in the House of Commons, despite its special status within Confederation, with its own language and its own culture and its own history and its own contributions. We're also reckoning now, I think, in a much more vigorous way and appropriately so with Indigenous peoples. And there are questions of political representation that come up in respect of Indigenous peoples as well, something that we have not done a good job of at all in Canada in so many ways over the years. We have no kind of formal representation of Indigenous peoples in this place. There's no seats set aside. That is a conversation for another day too. But I think what's important about C14 is that it is bringing people together from all sides of the chamber to recognize that while we have these larger debates that are important debates, and I do hope that we will find good ways of having those debates where we treat each other well and we work together on this project of constant negotiation that is Canada, that we at least can agree that we shouldn't be taking any step backward. And I think that at the very least, this law, if it should pass, will prevent us from taking steps backward, even as we try and find our way forward. We're not there yet. I think the debate around this bill has shown the extent to which we're not there in certain regards. But I do hope that I think it's been a positive exercise for this place to have occasion to talk about representation in Canada. what it does mean now, what it can mean in the future, and to have been able to do it in the context of a bill that, for all its imperfections and for all the legitimate criticism that there is of it, has largely brought people together, because I think it's allowed for a better and a more responsible conversation that we sometimes have in this place. And so I'm thankful for that. I'm anxious to see this bill pass quickly because of the time constraints we're under with the boundary redistribution process already taking place. And I hope that this is a down payment on a better debate about how Canada, as we head further into the 21st century, and we face many great challenges, both large challenges that are planetary in terms of climate change, but also real political challenges here at home, that this is a down payment on a better debate for how we find new and better ways of ensuring that all the voices of Canadians are represented in their right proportion here in the House of Commons to build a prosperous future for all of us. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Alex Gold-Filot.
Thank you to my honourable colleague from Elwyn Transcona. I also have a chance to speak to C-14 later tonight. But as the conversation has been unfolding tonight, new ideas come to mind, and I'd like to try some out on the member for Elwyn Transcona. When we think about our friend, the member from Nunavut, spectacular member of Parliament, how can you can't get from Iqaluit to Inuvik without flying to southern Canada first, unless you're hiring a private plane. There may be the population is sparse, but the job is enormous. What would the honourable member think about us changing representation by population to something that includes funding for an individual MP reflective of what their actual costs are from serving the people of their riding? And this would apply to people, about half of the country, if you cut it off, about half of the territory of this enormous country is represented by 12 MPs. Their jobs are very different than the people who represent more concentrated southern Canadian populations.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I certainly do think that the question of how we resource MPs is a very important one, and recognizing that, depending on what riding you represent in the country, you're going to have a very different experience as an MP, and the community or communities that you serve are going to have very different experiences of having an MP, if you will. And so, there is already some provision made and some recognition of that disparity between different MPs depending on the nature of their riding. But it's certainly, I know, having heard from some of the members of our caucus who represent very large ridings, particularly in the north, that those resourcing conventions that we already have are inadequate to the task. You have only to sit down with them and talk about their experience to know that they're inadequate, and it is certainly something that we should be looking at trying to remedy.
Questions and comments, Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say to you that I really appreciated the Honourable Member's speech, but number one, because I respect him, and number two, because he did much of it in French. And we can also hear that he had the will to, he was showing openness. He wants to solve these problems that Quebec is experiencing. And sometimes it's hard to make the other members of Parliament hear reason. But he said that he would be ready to support a minimum threshold for Quebecers in this House, and I think that's a good thing. If all the members in this House could agree on that, then I think that it would make many Quebecers happy, and I think perhaps that it would make agreements easier to reach. But if I'm in politics, it's not because Quebec is not for Quebec to have 25% or any particular number. I know the NTB in the past had signed the Sherbrooke Declaration, saying that the self-determination of Quebec was fundamental, and I would like to know where his party stands on that issue right now. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona. Do you mean on the matter of independence? The Sherbrooke Declaration. well, since 1961, we have always supported the principle of asymmetric federalism. So perhaps I'm not understanding exactly what the member is talking about, but we have always tried to ensure that it is acknowledged that Quebec must have its own decision-making powers on its territory with regard to federal programs. That is always something that the NDP has sought to protect in our messaging. But I think, in my opinion, a confederation can work if everyone involved works together. It shouldn't just be the federal government telling the provinces what to do. The federal government should be rallying all provinces to work together, to negotiate in good faith, and to be there to provide funding to the provinces, as well as support for national projects that provinces will benefit from.
Debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise this evening to debate Bill C-14. For those who might just be catching up on what C-14 is, it is dealing with an updating of the grandfather clause of the Constitution from 1867 as reset in 1985. I think at some point in this place we should put forward a grandmother clause. I'm just looking at some of my other female colleague MPs in this place. But the grandfather clause, we know, is to say, look, this is what it is. We're going to keep it the way it was. What we're doing with this bill is to say that the composition of Parliament will not drop below the seat counts as they occurred in the 43rd Parliament. So that's basically what we have now. 338 MPs, of which 78 are from Quebec, 121 are from Ontario. I won't go through the whole list. For my home province of British Columbia, no fewer than 42 seats going forward under the new, as I've renamed it, grandmother clause. There are a number of issues to unpack in this. The primary one is that this bill is making sure that Quebec does not lose any seats in the current every decade review of representation by population and whether we are more or less representing the same numbers of people across the country. This is no easy effort. This is very difficult. I just attended the public hearing in Victoria, BC, on the Boundary Commission for British Columbia, which is proposing to add another seat because population redistribution is adding relatively more people to British Columbia than to some other provinces. They're proposing, by the way, to add the new seat in interior British Columbia. So it has a big effect on the members from Thompson Kamloops, from Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon, from southern Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, central Okanagan rather, Similkameen Nicola. Very little impact on my own riding. But the process of going through that, staring at the riding maps, thinking about representation by population, put me very much in mind of some other ideas. In fact, when I spoke at the public hearing in Victoria about the riding boundaries and the proposals of the Boundary Commission, I said to them, you know, really, in the interest of democracy, is it really in the interest of our constituents to add more MPs to the chamber, to the House of Commons year on year? I put to them, when I was first elected in this place in 2011, the parliament that I joined and had the honor to stand in the other place, in Centre Block for the first time, we had 308 members of parliament. And now we have 338. Does it add to the representation of our constituents, or does it dilute it? How much of the notion of adding an MP here and there is really effective in representation? I think about, as has come up recently in the debate tonight, our colleagues who represent vast territories. The Member of Parliament for Skeena-Bulkley Valley has a territory, I think it's 2 times Germany, but that may be the wrong but I remember his predecessor, Nathan Cullen, saying something like that fairly often. 2 times the size of Germany, hard to get around. Our colleague from Nunavut has an electoral district that takes in 3 time zones. It's an enormous territory, and commercial aircraft won't get you from one end to the other. You have to either hire private planes or fly from Iqaluit to Ottawa to then go up to Inuvik. It's not easy. And the population of Nunavut is never going to be well, I shouldn't say never. On current demographic trends, is not going to be the equivalent of my riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, which under the current proposal from the Electoral Boundaries Commission would represent 122,000 people, or more than 4 times the population of Nunavut. Let's think about what we could do that would be creative. I said to the Electoral Boundaries Commission, you know, much more important for democracy than representation by population would be fair voting, proportional representation, that every voter knows that their vote is going to count. At that point, the very professional, hard-working team that is the Electoral Boundaries Commission for British Columbia said, that's beyond our area. So I take it to my colleagues here because it is specifically our area. What's in the interest of democracy in the 21st century? Is it that we continue to add MPs to pile into this place? I suggest to you, when you look at the Palace of Westminster and the Chamber of Commons there are no desks because there's no room there. If every MP showed up, they wouldn't fit in the room because it would be 650 MPs trying to squeeze in a chamber that would be perfect for about half that number. If we add more MPs and constantly add, we add to the cost of this place, where the average Canadian feel that they're better served by continually adding to the cost of the House of Commons. Or my alternate proposal, it would be less costly to the taxpayer and I believe more efficient in properly representing our constituents if, depending on population, the what's called Members' Office Budget, or MOB, was expanded, so that we wouldn't add more MPs, but MPs that represented higher population areas would be able to have more constituency staff to handle the casework, to make sure that the level of representation we give our constituents is beyond gold standard. That's what we want to do, right? We want to be able to respond to the constituents who are saying, I've been on the phone with Service Canada for 9 hours in a row, and then they hang up on me and they drop the call. We don't have enough people in my office to deal with every single case that comes up, but we try. So what I would propose is we look at the job of a member of parliament and say, we do 2 things in this place. We, as our opening prayer suggests from the speakers, we pass laws and make wise decisions, or at least we try. We debate public policy, as we're doing tonight. We also serve in a completely different way our constituents in a nonpartisan way, helping with their pensions, their passports, their unemployment insurance, their disabilities, their need for help. CRA, we all have our issues. We work really hard to help our constituents. Wouldn't we have better representation if we didn't just add to the numbers of members of parliament in this place, but expanded the resources for those that were either challenged by large population numbers or huge distances, such that a member of parliament in a huge terrain would have the money to, the budget, to have offices in more locations, to be more convenient for constituents. Representation by population may not be the most democratic way to ensure that Canadian democracy thrives. I think, regardless of political stripe, we should all be troubled by what just happened in Ontario, in that almost 60% of eligible voters didn't turn out to vote. There are a number of theories for why that happened, which means that a majority government that got 40% of the vote of the 43% of the people who showed up elected a majority without the majority of public support. In fact, the Doug Ford government in Ontario has the active support, as measured by who went out to vote for them, of 18% of the Ontario public. I'm not blaming Doug Ford, but the first past the post voting system does not encourage voting. And you can compare countries, and it's the minority of countries, by the way, that use first past the post, countries with fair voting see people interested in turning out to vote. Le niveau de participation dans les élections.
Voter turnout in countries that use proportional voting, rep by pop, is higher than in other countries with our current voting system.
If we revived the Prime Minister's 2015 election campaign promise that 2015 would be the last election under first past the post. Well, it's hard to revive that because we've had 2019 and 2021, but we could and we should say, what's in the interest of democracy today? Is it adding more MPs to this place, increasingly cogs in the wheels of large political machines where people show up here and are told how to vote by their party whips, or make it more democratic by ensuring that everyone here is and that the Parliament as a whole represents accurately the way Canadians actually voted. Ce n'est pas trop tard pour...
It's not too late to make the change. It's an urgent idea.
Session of C14 by bringing us back to more fundamental questions. Can we improve the services we provide to our constituents? Can we ensure this place doesn't just expand forever as we have more population? Can we deliver real democracy that inspires Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for... I know. It's because he's got the longer one, I'm going to make sure that I get it right. West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank my honourable colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her speech and some very insightful questions that came up at her public hearing for boundary redistribution. I'm very interested because I have one coming up for my own riding as well. And I also agree that it is very troubling to see the level of turnout that we just had in the Ontario election. As well as the fact that we need to better support our constituency staff who are doing incredible work, and I'm very grateful for the constituency staff that I have that make my job much, much easier and really help so many constituents. But my question to the member is, given what we saw in Ontario and the low turnout, what would be her thoughts on the Government of Canada looking at a mandatory voting system along the lines that countries like Australia have?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had promised another friend I wouldn't mention the Special Parliamentary Committee on Electoral Reform, on which we both served. But one of the things we studied was, would mandatory voting make a difference? We were tasked with looking at what voting system would be best for Canada. It was while I was a member of that committee that I discovered the first time a parliamentary committee had studied first past the post was actually in 1921, when that parliamentary committee concluded that first past the post was not a system that worked for Canada. But in studying mandatory voting, I concluded it might be an improvement over what we have now, but it doesn't inspire people to vote. It makes people feel they have to vote. And I'd rather inspire them to know their vote is really going to count.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from the Gulf Islands for her interventions this evening. Does the member believe that British Columbia should have equal representation in the House of Commons, and that the Band-Aid solution that we're applying here to C14 is really just avoiding the big questions that our country is facing? And secondly, I'd love to hear some more comments from the member on her interaction with the Electoral Commission as it relates to effective representation in rural Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to put forward that the honourable member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon is such a good MP that he shouldn't worry that he needs more people on his team. We in British Columbia represent our constituents well, and I don't think mere numbers make that much of a difference. He obviously is not in my party. I worry actually about the way the Boundary Commission proposes to split up Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon. I'm very, as he will know, very attached to parts of that riding, particularly Ashcroft, and would like to see good representation continue. As for the the Electoral Commission, it was a good experience. I have to say, and also conferring with other MPs, we're not finding that a lot of our constituents are super interested in showing up at these hearings. Maybe they're not being really well advertised. I don't know, but I think it is, when voting time comes, I worry that constituents who've lived in one riding will suddenly say, but wait a minute, I don't know who to I don't know where I vote. I worry about making too many small changes that aren't necessary, such as on Vancouver Island. But I wish the honourable member for Mission-Matsqui-Fraser Canyon very good luck in whatever's happening to his riding.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech, and there's one thing I'd like him to explain. On March 2nd, the Bloc tabled a motion which the colleague supported, which was to protect and preserve Quebec's political clout, i.e. not lose any seats. But also, the Bloc tabled a bill, C-246, which was along the same lines as the motion my colleague supported, but they voted against that bill. And now the government's trying to do damage control with C-14 by protecting the number of seats, but not protecting the political influence of Quebec, because other provinces other than Quebec will get more seats. So why did he vote for the Bloc's motion and then vote against the Bloc's bill? The honourable member for Saanich, did she vote, rather? It's difficult to give a short answer to that because it's a very good question. I had a problem with the private member's bill with the idea of protecting the political influence of Quebec. I'm in favor of the principle, but the idea of having a set percentage, like 25%, why not some other number? That's a problem to my mind. Maybe I made a mistake. I'm open to the idea. I'm in favor of the principle, but not in favor of that private member's bill, and I'm sorry for that. Pursuant to order passed earlier today, motion number 1 at report stage is deemed put and negatived on division. The bill is deemed concurred in at the report stage on division and deemed read a third time and passed on division.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure if you canvass the House, you'll find consent to see the clock at midnight.
I believe there's been discussions amongst the parties. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. We see the clock at midnight. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Real Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House at this late hour and to discuss an issue that has been on the minds of Canadians. And though it's been in the news this week, there's a lot more information and a lot more questions than we have answers from the government. So I'm pleased that I'm going to have the opportunity to get a response from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on what metrics the government has used to arrive at some of the decision points that they've taken over the last couple of days. So yesterday we heard an announcement that there would be a suspension of some of the COVID-related travel requirements that have been imposed by the government during COVID-19. And the suspension signals to us that there is the prospect that these will be brought forward later. So a few questions that arise. The first is, what were the metrics that the government viewed yesterday that informed that decision? What was hospital capacity yesterday? What was the wastewater surveillance number telling them yesterday across the country? What was the R0 yesterday telling them across the country? What was the prevalence of COVID-19 that was detected with the random testing administered at our borders? These questions, along with other epidemiological indicators that the government has been relying on, would have informed the decision that they made yesterday. At least we hope it did. And if it did, we're looking for an answer on what those numbers were yesterday. Why is that number important? Because we need to tell Canadians how we're doing in the future against that past performance. So that past performance, we'll use yesterday as the benchmark. Part of the concern comes from the day prior, the government saying it was unsafe for an individual who was unvaccinated to get onto a plane with an individual who had 2 doses of one of the regular vaccines that's been offered in Canada for COVID, the Pfizer or the Moderna 2-dose series. But yesterday, the Minister of Health told Canadians that 2 doses is no longer effective, and at the same time said if you have 2 doses and if you have no doses, it's now safe for you to get onto a plane together. So that is leaving Canadians with some, having received some mixed messages. They're confused. They want to know, why did the government make this announcement yesterday? And what will the conditions have to be for the government to permanently end mandates? And what will those conditions have to be for them to reintroduce them? Because that's what a lot of people have been asking me today. They said, well, you're suspending it. So what's it going to have to look like for you to reintroduce them? Because, you know, people are worried about opening a small business this year. They're wondering about how many staff to take on. They're considering their travel plans. You know, should I fly out to see my mom and dad across the country, or should I go and visit a loved one? But what if they change the rules and I'm not allowed to travel back? The further contradiction that's come to pass is that a Canadian can travel in Canada on an aircraft, vaccinated or unvaccinated, but the unvaccinated individual cannot cross the border and then travel in the U.S. The vaccinated individual can, and then get on a plane and travel with vaccinated and unvaccinated folks. So what magically happens at the border that the government doesn't want to allow folks who haven't been vaccinated to come to Canada at this point, when we know that those vaccinations aren't preventing the transmission of COVID? So really looking for answers from the government today on how they arrived at those decisions yesterday and what's going to trigger further decisions to end mandates.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and Minister of Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his collaboration on the Health Committee over the last couple of months. It has been challenging. And that said, I would just caution, when we use language like the vaccines don't prevent transmission, don't prevent this and that, they limit all of those things, and that's very well founded. That the vaccines are very, very good at limiting all of those factors, and they've been very, very effective at keeping our communities safe, as the member well knows. And he regularly states in this House, and I'm glad that it's true, that his riding is one of the most vaccinated ridings in Canada. So I'm happy to hear that. It's fantastic. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the Government of Canada has been supporting Canadians, and the Government of Canada has implemented policies and public health measures to prevent the spread of infection. We've provided access to vaccines to minimize serious illnesses and deaths, and we've worked hard to preserve health system capacity and reduce transmission to protect high-risk populations. And just yesterday, as a result of all this good work, the Government of Canada was able to announce that we are suspending the vaccine mandate for federally regulated transportation sectors as well as federal employees. With better levels of immunity from vaccination, the wider availability of antiviral drugs, and lower hospitalization rates, Canada is now better equipped to effectively manage the COVID-19 pandemic and reduce pressure on the healthcare system. While the suspension of vaccine mandates reflects an improved public health situation in Canada at this point in time, the COVID-19 virus continues to evolve and circulate in Canada and globally. COVID-19 remains a public health threat, and staying up to date with vaccinations, including booster doses, remains the best line of defense against serious illness, hospitalization, and death. Because vaccination rates and virus control in other countries vary significantly, current vaccination requirements at the border will remain in effect. This will reduce the potential impact for international travel on our healthcare system and serve as an added protection against any future variant. Vaccination continues to be one of the most effective tools to protect Canadians, including younger Canadians, and our healthcare system, as well as our economy, and as my colleague very well mentioned, to prevent lockdowns and to prevent more disruptions to small businesses. The Public Health Agency of Canada has been providing guidance and advice related to the pandemic for more than 2 years, and the agency will continue to review Canadian international evidence and data from vaccine manufacturers to support public health decision makers and program implementation. Additionally, it will work to address barriers to vaccination and improve confidence in the COVID-19 vaccine program through communication efforts. The public health experts' guidance and advice regarding vaccine mandates were and will continue to be informed by the latest scientific evidence available on effectiveness, availability, and the uptake of vaccines, and the evolving domestic and international epidemiological situation, hospital and ICU capacity, long-range modeling, as well as the effectiveness of other public health measures to keep Canadians safe are also taken into consideration and account. Mr. Speaker, this pandemic is not over. I think we can all agree on that. Staying up to date with vaccinations, including booster doses, is absolutely critical. The Public Health Agency of Canada is working with provinces, territories, Indigenous communities, and stakeholders to examine vaccination strategies in both the short and the long term. And Mr. Speaker, while my colleague was asking me the question, I did look up some numbers, and the worst weeks of this pandemic in Canada, we were averaging upwards of 200 deaths per day. That's a massive number and a huge tragedy. But thankfully, these numbers are low thanks to all of these public health measures. And today, Mr. Speaker, we're averaging 32, the 7-day average, 32 deaths a day. This pandemic is clearly not over. If at any other time in our parliamentary careers or in our adulthood we were experiencing something that caused 30 Canadian deaths a day, I think we could all agree that that's of great concern. So, a year or two ago, when we started talking about vaccinations, we all agreed in this House that vaccinations shouldn't be a political issue. We all had to work together to ensure that our communities had all the information necessary. We had a good campaign, and I think we all have to recognize that campaign's not over. We need to work together in order to keep our communities safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks, Speaker. Another contradiction that I want to address with the Parliamentary Secretary is 2 days ago, the Prime Minister announced that he tested positive for COVID-19. I was pleased to see him participate in proceedings in the House today, which tells us that it's mild, as he said on social media. The question is this. His office has now signaled that next week he's going to be traveling to Rwanda, to Germany, and to Spain. So this is inside 10 days. If you return to Canada and you're COVID positive, you're to self-isolate for 10 days. So my question is, and we've heard from this government over and over again that they want to be cautious. Everything's about, the precautionary principle. Well, what is the message that it's sending to Canadians that you're diagnosed with COVID and within 10 days you're traveling to multiple continents and you're going to be traveling by aircraft? And really, is that the cautious message that this government says that they've been sending?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's health measures have been and will continue to be based on review, analysis, and expert opinion in science, and we're going to continue to take into account the evolving scientific evidence related to the virus and its characteristics, as well as its epidemiology. We will also consider emerging variants of concern, the value and the impact of public health interventions, and the impact of vaccination and vaccine effectiveness as we move forward. Again, staying up to date with vaccinations, including booster doses, remains the best line of defense against serious illness, hospitalization, and death. And the waves of this pandemic have risen and fallen for more than 2 years now. And as they rise and fall, we shift our priorities accordingly. And we continue to respond to the challenges that we face in the ongoing management of COVID-19. Les vagues de la pandémie.
The waves of the pandemic have risen and fallen for more than 2 years now. As they rise and fall, we shift our priorities accordingly. And we continue to respond to the challenges we face in the ongoing management of COVID-19.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his conversation tonight.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it is a pleasure and a privilege to rise in this place. Mr. Speaker, today I want to talk a little bit about Alberta and about our economic recovery. For decades, Alberta has played an oversized role in Canada's economy, largely in part to the oil and gas sector. During boom times, Alberta's GDP was the largest in Canada, the largest in North America, Mr. Speaker, and amongst the largest in the world. And even during the busts, Alberta workers were contributing more per capita to the building of Canada than any other province. For over 50 years, Alberta workers have helped make Canada a prosperous country. Now Alberta workers need help. and this government needs to be there for them. Albertans know that climate change is real, and we know that our future cannot depend on oil and gas. Even now, when post-pandemic demand is rising and Russia's illegal war in Ukraine is driving up the price of oil and natural gas, even now, when fossil fuel corporations are making record profits while gouging Canadians at the pumps, even now we know that our future is not in oil and gas because, Mr. Speaker, the jobs are simply not there. When Alberta Conservatives were handing billions in corporate tax cuts to the sector over the past 3 years, oil and gas companies were laying off workers. When this government gave billions for oil well cleanup, it did nothing to create jobs or to mitigate pollution. Every day, the evidence becomes clearer and clearer. Handing out public money to these massive corporations does not create jobs. It does not help workers. All it does is line the pockets of foreign investors. Instead, this government needs to help Alberta. It needs to invest in Alberta to diversify our economy. For Canada to meet its climate obligations, for Canada to have a sustainable economy, for Canada to build an equitable and prosperous future for all, Canada needs to invest right now to help diversify Alberta's economy before it is too late. This government has made multiple promises to workers for just transition. We heard promises in 2019, we heard promises in 2021. We just haven't seen it yet, and I will stand in this place and say that it is not unusual for us to hear the right words from this government and not see the work following through to make the actions happen. You know, there have been massive investments in Quebec and Ontario's economy, but when it comes to Alberta, this government is missing. And if they need help determining what to do, I'm here to help them. There's a lot of opportunity in Alberta to develop a greener and more diversified economy. There's opportunity to create jobs right now and to bridge to jobs of the future. Right now, oil and gas workers need financial support through the transition and targeted education and retraining. Mr. Speaker, Rachel Notley did it with coal by listening to workers and their communities. The formula is there. Many of the impacted communities are Indigenous, where investment in post-secondary education and Indigenous-run programs would have the greatest impact. Programs like the Peace Athabasca Delta Institute, which need federal investment to build an environmental monitoring and research facility. Instead of throwing money at oil companies for site cleanup, those funds should be directed to the Indian Resource Council's First Nations Site Rehabilitation Program to create jobs and economic opportunity where it matters the most. And the Building Trades of Alberta Path Forward program needs to retrain Indigenous workers as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
I want to thank the member opposite for raising the issue of the importance of protecting the environment, lowering emissions, and creating good-paying, sustainable jobs for workers in Alberta. Our government is committed to a just, equitable, and prosperous transition that supports all regions, all communities, and all workers. It's about creating good-paying, sustainable jobs for workers. Since 2015, the Government of Canada has invested over $100 billion in clean growth to ensure that Canada can seize the economic opportunity of tomorrow, to ensure that we collectively reduce our emissions, and to ensure that workers from coast to coast to coast have the tools that they need to thrive in the economy of the future. We have also made numerous investments for clean energy futures in her province of Alberta. For instance, we've invested in the Alberta Carbon Trunk Line project, we invested in the Suffield Solar project, and we funded the support of the operation of long-range fuel cell electric trucks between Calgary and Edmonton. These are a few of the many examples of our support for the energy workers in the beautiful province of Alberta. It's our support for sustainable jobs. These steps reflect our belief that hardworking and innovative Albertans will continue to play a pivotal role in building our great country and getting us to our ambitious climate targets to reduce emissions. As the Minister of Natural Resources has told this chamber, Budget 2022 included significant funding in the budget to work with Alberta, Saskatchewan, and other provinces to diversify their economies. He mentioned that the $4 billion for critical minerals, which will be particularly important for Alberta, is a part of that transition. The budget also included a tax credit to support investment in carbon capture technology. This will play a vital role in driving emissions down, particularly in hard-to-abate sectors such as steel and cement, while also creating or securing thousands of sustainable jobs for Albertans in the energy industry, including in the emerging biofuels and hydrogen sectors. And that's on top of Budget 2021's $1.5 billion pledge to expand clean fuels, including biofuels and hydrogen. Our government is also helping workers transition towards new opportunities. Budget 2021, for instance, included skills training measures to support close to 500,000 new opportunities for sustainable jobs for workers. Our government has committed to investing $2 billion through the New Futures Fund to support local and regional economic diversification in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland and Labrador, as well as to ensure that workers and communities are equipped to prosper as our country and the world moves to net zero. I will point out to the $185 million we've invested to help coal workers and communities in provinces like Alberta develop new skills and create new opportunities. We plan to build partnerships with every province, including Alberta, in the coming months to identify and accelerate the highest growth opportunities in areas of strength for the province, like carbon capture, hydrogen, biofuels, and critical minerals. And we will continue to work collaboratively with the province of Alberta, with industry, with labor and workers, to ensure that we move forward in a manner that will create a clean, low-emissions, prosperous economy for Albertans and all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking this government to invest in Alberta's future by helping to diversify our economy. The Canadian Critical Drug Initiative is the perfect example of a project that should be funded by this government. This initiative comes out of the University of Alberta in my riding of Edmonton Strathcona, and it's led in part by a Nobel Prize-winning scientist, Dr. Michael Houghton. The initiative would address the critical gap in Canadian capacity for development and manufacturing of the majority of medication used in Canada. This would allow the government to address Canada's vulnerability when it comes to global pharmaceutical supply chains at the same time that it creates jobs and economic opportunities for Albertans. The government has invested in life science capacity in Montreal and elsewhere in Canada, but it has not addressed the critical vulnerability. And this is an opportunity to invest in Alberta. Will the government provide this funding?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to draw the member opposite's attention to another aspect of our government's just transition agenda for good-paying, sustainable jobs for Canadians. I'm sure she knows that some companies are concerned about a skilled labor shortage during this transition, and that's why we're so focused on skills training. But we also want to encourage more Canadians of diverse backgrounds to consider careers in the natural resources sector, and that includes getting more women to consider this option. This is one of the reasons why we're supporting affordable childcare in every province and territory. Our government's work has already resulted in childcare fees being cut in half for Alberta parents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege tonight to rise to talk about a project that we'd like to see in our riding for a floating dry dock, in particular in the Alberni Valley. We have the only deep sea port on the west coast of Vancouver Island, and we have an incredible company, Canadian Maritime Engineering, that's working in partnership with the City of Port Alberni, with First Nations, that's well supported in our region, and we'd like to see it expand and create a floating dry dock to fill the void of floating dry dock space that's currently under incredible demands and pressures. In fact, I was at the Pacific Northwest Economic Region Conference just in 2018, Mr. Speaker, and they cited that there was $3 billion a year in floating dry dock needs for repair and maintenance, Mr. Speaker, annually. And Mr. Speaker, they cited that capacity was full. In fact, when this project first came forward, BC Ferries provided a letter of support and cited its support and the need for floating dry dock space. In fact, Mark Collins, the CEO and president of BC Ferries, visited the port himself, and he wrote a letter of support, and he was pleased to support the application because we know that right now, currently, BC Ferries is set out to do $3.5 to $4 billion over the next 12 years in infrastructure for new vessels. And they spend about $150 million annually on ship repair, Mr. Speaker, which is quite significant. And we know that this vision has been long-standing. I approached Transport Canada a few years back to start talking about this important opportunity, and they cited that there was no current funding mechanism or available for a floating dry dock. Yet we've seen huge amounts of money invested through the National Shipbuilding Strategy, which is absolutely critical and important, both in Vancouver and Montreal and Halifax. Yet we've seen smaller communities, maritime communities. We have the longest coastline in the world. So it's absolutely essential that we support marine infrastructure throughout our coast to coast communities, Mr. Speaker, like Norway has done. And Mr. Collins actually cited how Norway went on a robust program of developing their small ports for ship maintenance and repair. And as a result, they've built more resiliency in these local communities. Now, nothing to take away from those important shipyards, but we've heard from Irving in your home province, and they're citing that they need $300 million more to fulfill their obligations for the National Shipbuilding Strategy. And I'm not saying that I'm opposed to it, Mr. Speaker, but I got to say the frustration's real. When we've got an opportunity to fill dry dock needs right on Vancouver Island for, the Pacific Northwest, and it may not be for military, but certainly we could help offer the federal government supports when it comes to maintenance for Coast Guard or building or repair. We've got an incredible skilled workforce right in Port Alberni. We've got electricians, we've got welders, people that are actually working also outside of the community that could return home. And again, Mr. Speaker, it is the most affordable place in southwestern British Columbia. Now, right now, the province of BC is embarking on a very important and historic study to look at shipbuilding, to support the shipbuilding sector in British Columbia. In fact, right now, the Minister of Jobs Economic Recovery, Ravi Kavan, said they're developing a comprehensive shipbuilding strategy to allow BC to take full advantage of coastal strengths and build a healthier, more sustainable marine economy. Mr. Speaker, the province of BC is going to need a federal partner. And I want to know that the federal government's going to be there, that they're going to be there to provide resources, help solve problems that we have. And I'm hoping that tonight we're going to hear from the minister that they're going to be there to work with us and our communities and First Nations. It's an important step towards reconciliation in the community where I live. And there's no better place, I think, than the Alberni Valley for this project.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and the Minister of Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and friend for his advocacy for his neighbours, and I'd also like to thank him for his recent work on his private member's bill on decriminalization. I think it's so important, and I was proud to support it in the way that I could. Let's put it that way, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of respect for this member, and I want to support that work as best I can. He's probably wondering why the Parliamentary Secretary for Health and Sport is answering a question about transportation. I'm filling in for a colleague tonight, and he will also appreciate that I've spent some time on the water, so maybe I can do it some justice. This government's overarching goal is to ensure that Canada's transportation system supports our ambitious economic growth and jobs creation agenda. Canadians require a safe, reliable, and sustainable transportation system that facilitates trade and the movement of both people and goods. To advance sustainable growth, Canada's system of Canadian port authorities is responsible for leading infrastructure development on federal port lands. And working at arm's length from the federal government, Canadian port authorities are governed by boards of directors who are relied upon for setting the strategic direction and managing operations, including securing financing for infrastructure improvements. Recognizing that global supply chains continue to be disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic, labor shortages, the growing impacts of climate change, and other key factors, it's a priority to ensure that Canadian supply chains are resilient and fluid. So building on the National Supply Chain Summit that was held in late January, the Minister of Transport also created a supply chain task force who is consulting broadly with industry, associations, and experts to examine key pressures and make recommendations regarding short and long-term actions to strengthen the efficiency, the fluidity, and the resiliency of transportation infrastructure and the reliability of Canada's supply chains. In addition, the Government of Canada has dedicated considerable funding to Canada's trade and transportation infrastructure through the $4.2 billion National Trade Corridors Fund. As of March 2022, approximately $2.1 billion in funding has been announced for 102 strategic projects across Canada, which are leveraging more than $4.4 billion in total infrastructure investments from private and public partners for air projects, marine, rail, and road across every province and territory. Through the National Trade Corridors Fund, the government took immediate action to address current supply chain challenges and launched a dedicated $50 million call for proposals to relieve supply chain congestion at Canadian ports, which were closed in February. In addition, the government continues to invest to improve Canada's trade corridors through the call for proposals to increase the fluidity of supply chains, which closes at the end of March. Furthermore, the Canada Infrastructure Bank has announced important investments into port infrastructure, including $300 million into the Contrecoeur container terminal at the Port of Montreal. The government is investing in Canada to promote rapid and sustainable growth, and that's why the government will continue to support Canada's ports. Thank you to my honourable colleague for this important conversation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it wasn't long ago we had a Conservative government that removed a tariff of 25% for those that wanted to build ferries outside of our country. That money could have been used to developing shipyards in our country. We hear from Conservatives they want faster and cheaper ships built outside of Canada. We know we can do better. Right now, the Liberals still aren't investing in small shipyards. I appreciate the effort that they're making with the National Shipbuilding Strategy, but they haven't done that. We've invited Minister after Minister of Transport to come to our community, to meet with the Port Alberni Port Authority, to hear about this great opportunity, to meet with First Nations, City of Port Alberni. We've had support from, like I said, BC Ferries and many others. We've done a third-party assessment of this proposal, and it's coming out with solid support. Yet still no supports. We know that we don't currently deal with ship breaking, for example, in the right way. This could be an opportunity as well for us to fulfill our environmental obligations, which we aren't fulfilling. So I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member, and hopefully we'll be able to work together on developing this important piece of infrastructure.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like the member, I have important infrastructure projects in my riding as well, including ones for transportation, and I can tell him that we've benefited from recent investments, and I'd be happy to work with the member on future projects in his riding as well. Because the Government of Canada is committed to supporting Canada's ports as they're critical for Canada's economic recovery from COVID-19 and beyond, and consequently, the government will continue to invest in infrastructure at Canada's ports. We look forward to supporting key port infrastructure projects with the additional $1.9 billion, which was announced in Budget 2022 for the National Trade Corridors Fund, because to date, the National Trade Corridors Fund has committed nearly $500 million towards port and marine infrastructure development proposals across Canada to support Canadian trade, which is leveraging more than $1 billion in total investments with public and private partners. This government has always aimed to invest in Canada to promote strong and sustainable economic growth, and Canada's ports will play a key role in achieving this goal in the future, and through the proposals, they are able to advance under the National Trade Corridors Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank everyone for their interventions this evening. La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajoute.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24 of the Rules.